All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here. Again, a great night to be alive on the Black Man Unfiltered Network. As you can see, part of the commission is here tonight. My brother JT from What We Know Podcast, Lost in Translation Podcast, is in the building tonight. We thank you guys for being here. We love you. We love all the people who come and give us love and show us love and continue to just come in and put your comments in there. We appreciate you, man. We appreciate you. We 3,500. We're almost at 3,500 subscribers. We're working slowly but surely. We're getting to our goals. And so thank you so much, guys, for being here. Thank you, JT and Lost in Translation, for being my brothers and standing in what's true. And so I wanted to address something today. We, as a collective here at Black Men Unfiltered Network, we have conversations nobody else is having. I think we have one of the best shows on YouTube that just haven't caught fire yet. And because our perspectives and what we talk about is different. Everything is not about relationships, hoes, bitches, and niggas, but we talk about a perspective of things. And so recently we tried to have a conversation. Well, we've tried to have several conversations, and we seem to be getting a revolving door around the LGBTQI plus community. They think that we're homophobic. They think that we're queerphobia phobic. They think that we're all these negative things when we only have questions. We only ask direct questions, and we only speak our truth. We're not here to lie. We're here to be straight shooters. We're not dancing around the fire. But we jump in the fire, right? And we're not here to get likes and subscribers, which is a part of the game. We're not here to benefit off nobody else either. To try to get likes. All right. We have enough people here to carry a show. We have 6 shows on. Let me talk a little bit about our network here, which these guys are very much a big part of. We have a show on every day of the week, So we can't say that the network is homophobic because we have something on every day of the week. We can't say that it's queerphobic because we have different perspectives and different people on every day of the week. On Monday, right, we got Mr. Boomer, who talks from a perspective of a baby boomer, right? With Mr. Payne. He's a part of the Black Men Unfiltered Network family on Monday, right? Check him out. Tuesday, Talk That Talk Tuesday. We're not women. We're not against the women. We have women and men on the panel on Tuesday talking about everything and everything and everything. On Wednesday, we got somebody talking about sports. After sports, we got Mandrell and Shushu talking about what they want to talk about. Then on Thursday, we got Dr. Nkumbe and Coach K, who are life coaches and a doctor of psychology. On Thursday, on Friday, barbershop talk is what you're in right now. Saturday, I'm sorry. I ain't gonna say uncomfortable because I don't want to put that out there. But we have conversations with a housewife, candid conversations with a housewife on Saturday, when a housewife is talking to women and men about life and marriage. All right. So I just want to say that over here we're doing the work. We don't have time to reach down. But if you call us out, we will get down. And so I appreciate everybody that's on this network, all the hard work that we put in. Ain't nobody working harder than us. The people calling us out ain't working hard as us. They're not putting no work out. They scared to even turn the cameras on. They're scared to turn the cameras on. They're scared to put their face on their work. That's like they taking George Washington racist ass off for the dollar bill. Abraham Lincoln off the 5. You put your face on your work. Turn your camera on and let the people see your eyes so people can make their own judgment of what they're hearing to know if they're being lied to or not. There's nothing homophobic about me. I love everybody. I may not like your lifestyle. I may not like what you're doing, but I love everybody collectively. And if I have a problem with your behavior, I'll call it out. Just like these men on the panel, if we have a problem with each other's behavior, we'll call it out and we settle it like men. There ain't no bitch assness amongst these men that you see on the panel tonight. If JT got something he want to say to me, he'll call and say it to me directly. Lost in translation, the same just as well as I to them. And guess what? We on the show the next day, laughing, having a good time, joking, and talking about real shit that matters. There are black women missing. There are black men missing. There's all these different things, and now we got to lower our standard and lower our network and travel to we're basically not the equivalence is we're operating at an NFL stadium, and people want us to go down to a high school stadium and play ball. We have surpassed a high school stadium. If you want to have a discussion with Black Men Unfiltered Network, we would love to. Just hit me up. We'd love to have a conversation with you, no matter what lifestyle you live in, because everybody wants to understand it. But what we will not do is reach down to people who are trying to use us for likes, subscriptions, beefs, smoke, people that want to be liked, people that want people to like them. I don't give a fuck if you like me or not, because I'm me. I know me, and I don't give a fuck. I've been on this panel by myself before with nobody on here when I first started. That's how we get down over here. This is what we do over here. I love each and every person that comes to this network every Monday through Saturday to put the work in. I could call JT right now. JT, I need you. Guess what JT gonna say? I got you, brother. I call Lost in Translation right now. Hey, Lost, man, you know what? Hey, we got somebody out sick tonight. Can you fill in for me? Hey, man, you don't even have to ask me, Black man. I got you. What time? Send me the link.
Yes, sir.
These two men right here have complete 100% access to this channel. JT don't even know that I want him to take over unapologetic until Mandrell and Shushu get off vacation. This is what, man, we working, man. We don't have time for no shit. So I want to pass the mic, if I can, to who on it next? JT or Lost? Which one?
I'm giving it to JT because I'm going
JT,
last.
go ahead. You go ahead, JT.
Yeah, as far as when it comes down to it, man, we done had a couple of people that come on these panels, and when they leave because they didn't like what we said, they kind of use us as hate, the hate group. And this is what we just not going to stand for it anymore. We're not going to stand for it anymore. So if anybody want to come over here and you got smoke and you got all kind of shit that you want to say to start a fire or whatever, we ain't going to go that route. We will let you know. If it ain't making no money for us anyway, man, we ain't about to do all of that. We're not going to do all of that shit, man. I'm telling you. I'm pretty much fed up, man, when it comes down to this generational type of things that's going on right now. And it's more of a generational thing. These young folks right now, they're at a point where they don't have respect for anyone, including themselves. And they think us as elders are supposed to be just saying, we're just going to let it go. We're not going to do it. It's a day of reckoning. Take heed to the message. She gave a great message last week. A great message to a certain lifestyle that she said, you know what? Us as women, we're going to take responsibility. We failed y'all. We failed y'all. Because that's what we do over here. That's what we do on this network. I do it on my network. We have no problem with taking accountability at all. It can be challenging sometimes, can't it? Because it's hard for a person to look at themselves. But I'll be damned if I'm going to be taking, somebody else's burden on top of my burden. It's never going to happen with me. Ever going to happen with me. I'm going to land right there. Go ahead, Lost.
Appreciate it, JT. JT, I had a long conversation today with a friend of mine, and we talked about this a while back. And I'm convinced that when I hear people say the words, a man convinced against his will is of the same opinion still. I've learned that you cannot change people's minds. You just can't do it. And a friend of mine, I probably discussed this before in one of our lives before. I have a friend of mine who is transgender. Okay. And we talked about this topic today. And I asked him, I said, why is it that certain members of the LGBTQ plus community are dead set on picking fights with people? You see what I'm saying? And what she told me was that sometimes people experience things that are horrific and they see everybody as a threat. What I was like, that's one of the 48 laws of power. Know who you're dealing with. You see what I'm saying? Because when she told me that she was transitioning over, she thought that I was just going to not deal with him no more. I'm like, for what? I said, we've been cool for years. You know, it took me off a little guard, but I still want to know what's going on and how did you come to this? You see what I'm saying? So my thing is this: when people start calling you stuff like homophobic, just because you call me, that don't mean I'm that. You see what I'm saying? You have to know who you're dealing with. Half of my friends are from the queer community. You see what I'm saying? I may not agree with what they do, but I'm not going to mess over them. You know why? Because they've shown up for me. And guess what? I'm going to show up for them. But it's not because they're queer. It's because they're good people. And I think sometimes when people get into these conversations, they automatically assume because you don't agree with them, that you don't agree with them, period. You don't deal with them. And there's a fine line between agreeing with somebody and wanting to be around somebody and them being an asshole. You see what I'm saying? I just don't like people who have disingenuous conversations. So when I ask you a question, I want to know. It's not coming from a place of malice. I want to know exactly what it is. I asked a question the other day. What is it that you want? Which is a legit question. And how can we benefit from it? Because far too long, our platform has been hijacked by those who have other agendas. You see what I'm saying? I would rather be friends. I would rather be allies. But my thing is this: if you act like an asshole, I'm not going to deal with you, whether you're straight or gay. My thing is this: we can have legitimate conversations, but we have to make sure that we come in good faith. And that's all I'm going to say about that. Make sure when you really, really want to have somebody, you got to get down to what you want. Now, I thought about this, and me and my friend talked about this. And I was like, what is it that they want? Really? And you know what she said? They want a sense of community. I don't have no problem with that. As a matter of fact, I agree with that. Because everybody wants to be around someone who values them as a human being. You understand what I'm saying? But it's kind of hard to value someone when you befriend them and they stab you in the back. You can't do that. I mean, we've had enough issues with women these days doing things that we don't understand yet, but we're going to get down to the issue with that and figure out exactly what that is, because sometimes they want a sense of community. That's the first thing that come out their mouth. Y'all need to do something. You know what I mean? Y'all need to make sure we build the community back. We can't do it by ourselves. So my thing is this: that's the reason why I asked you the second question: what do we benefit from it? And I don't think I got an answer. And I've watched every last live. I don't sleep. I understand exactly what's going on. Sometimes it's hard for people to express what they really want out of fear. I'm here to tell you there's nothing here to fear. My question to you is, are you ready to have a legitimate conversation? What are your grievances? Say what they are. If you come for a fight, you'll come by yourself, because we've had enough. We've said all we're going to say, and we're going to leave it at that. There's an old saying that says, the teacher will appear when the student is ready. Let me know when you want to have class. Black Man Unfiltered, this on you, sir.
I'll say this as I shut the door and put a lock on it. Men, it is time to be men. It is time for us to be unapologetically men. If we believe something, we stand 10 toes down in it, period. We don't waver. We don't conform. We can learn a few things, but when we believe in something, that's what we believe. If I believe that the sky is blue, it could be a million people in front of me saying it's black or gray, and I will stand in front of those million people and say it's blue. I have no problem standing on what I believe. I believe when I got on YouTube that I would do good things on YouTube. And I was doing it by myself. And one day I believed that other people could do good too. So let's create one show. Then I believed again, and here comes 3, and here comes 4, here comes 5, here comes 6. Oh my God, here come networking, here comes Lost in Translation, here come Great People, What We Know podcast. Take heed to the message. R. Payne, Mr. Bennett, Dr. Nkumbe, Coach K. Freezy, come over here and lead shows for his boy. I've had everybody on the show, people that y'all enjoy right now. Arano over here. Island Q over here, doing shows right over here on this network. Everybody, we've had conversations and people on these panels who have grown to do great things. And we will not allow anybody to come and tear down the foundation and of what we've already built. If you want to have the conversation, we'll have the conversation. But this is the White House. And we'll invite you to the White House. But we're not going to meet you at the outhouse. Let's start this show, guys. Y'all ready?
Ready.
Let's go.
All right. Thank y'all for being here tonight. We're about to get started. And we have a few rules that we would like to apply before we get started. Because I think you guys should understand how we do over here on Barbershop on Friday nights. So I'll let Brother Cedric tell y'all what we got going on, and we'll play the intro, and we'll have our panel up here for tonight's discussion. Here we go.
Wait. Hold on here. Is it the barbershop? Is it the barbershop?
Yes, it is.
It's the barbershop.
Yes.
Wait, I mean, we can't talk straight in the barbershop. Then where can we talk straight? We can't talk straight nowhere else. You know, this ain't nothing but healthy conversation. That's all.
You gotta tell who the park down.
Man, ain't nobody exempt in the barbershop. You know that. Ain't nobody exempt. You can talk about whoever and whatever, whenever you want to in the barbershop.
Why you gotta tell?
Ladies and gentlemen, thank y'all for being here tonight. Hey man, listen, we ran by the bald guys again. You know what? I'm so sick of y'all. I'm tired of you bald-headed niggas. I'm sick of you. I'm tired of you. All right. But I got Mr. Bennett in the house, man. Our Payne is in the building, man. Before we get started, man, Our Payne, thank you so much, man, for contributing to the channel, brother. I really appreciate you. And everybody else who's a member. Mr. Bennett, thank you for being a member as well and contributing and always being here for your boy. I really appreciate you, man. What we know pocket. Everybody, man, that comes in and contributes and who is a partner of this channel, man, I can't do nothing but thank God for all of you. All right.
Well, that $20 ain't that free. I'd like to say something.
Whoa! I
really did.
Let me give you the big screen in a minute. Hold on.
Everything's political.
Go ahead. You got the phone,
listen, you know what, man? I would have gave you the $20. Nothing. Listen, I understand that I'm kind of a newcomer to the fraternity you guys got going on here, and I appreciate you, BMU, for even thinking about trusting me with any part of your channel, man. I swear to God, you don't know. When I'm retired, right? And one of the things I tell everybody who's getting ready to retire, you got to have a plan for how you want to live when you're not bounded by the 40 to 60 hours a week that somebody else has for you. And me, it was very easy. You know, I had my two daughters that were coming of age. I set them up financially for them to go ahead, go forth and do. I keep saying this. I never raised them to be independent. But I raised them to be self-sufficient. There's a difference. Their mother's the greatest person in the world, so hopefully some of her rubbed off on them. But back to the channel, and back to the fact, the last thing with the brother from the alphabet community. I think we did a yeoman's job. We let him speak. We had our differences, but at the end of that podcast, it's very subtle. There was no destruction. There was no destruction. We had our position, and we let him have his. And there ain't nobody who's objective could say we left that podcast where we made him feel less than whoever he was, or we didn't leave feeling whoever less than we were. These are the kind of conversations we're supposed to have. We don't have to agree with his lifestyle, but we have to let him live, just like we have to live. You know, and so, but back to the bigger picture about this network. You got to keep doing what you're doing, BMU and everybody else involved, because you know the subscribers are one thing, but you know the very different kind of conversations you have. Some, you know, some will be bigger than others, but it has to keep expanding. So because everything starts small and grows, it's a snowball going down the hill, and as that snowball keeps going, we expect it to collect more and more supporters. It might take a year, might take 10 years. Who cares? You just gotta keep pushing. So hey, listen, man, I appreciate you giving me any kind of platform because that wasn't my thought. I got my little crazy ass channel, and the only channel I have for marriage politics, I got like almost 80 videos now. And I have three things, of course, marriage, politics, and sports. Because I think in some way, shape, form, or fashion, it's all connected. And I don't mind being a boomer defending boomers, but I agree with some of the criticisms. I do. But you know, the thing that I can't stand is that how everybody, and I'm gonna leave it here, how everybody ignores all of the salient and important events that have happened, legislation, social things, and changes that got us to where we are. It's not just generational. Every single generation can be pointed to good, bad, and ugly. Every single one. And anybody to say that that's not true is not really dealing in good faith. Anyway, that's it, man. I appreciate this channel. I look forward to Tuesdays. I look forward to the Fridays. And now you got me looking forward to Mondays. All except that goddamn thing about trying to defend whether women are hoes or not. I can't do that. Anyway,
Thank you, man.
let's go. Let's go.
All right,
I
guys.
appreciate it, brother.
That's our Pain, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you check him out on Monday, Black Men Unfiltered Network, Mr. Boomer with our Pain. All right, and come and
But we
check
got
him
to
out.
talk about what we want to talk about on Monday. I got some things, but you know what, BMU.
Yeah.
I know you're a busy man. Go through my channel. I got so many videos with so many different topics.
Absolutely.
And you give me an example. Some of those topics we can make a whole damn conversation on. I just put one down.
Yeah,
I just put one down today.
Yeah.
About what I did for my last video about the man and the woman, talking about the man just wants to bang her, and the woman is telling him, "You got to be my man first before I let you bang me." But she says a few things, and he says something. All of you guys on the panel, when you get a chance, take a look at that video. It's so much to unpack.
I've been watching some of your stuff. I've been watching a lot of your stuff, Pain, and you are absolutely right. Absolutely. If you are doing the shows on Mondays, we can get some of those ideals, man, and that can be your show right there. Absolutely, bro.
Just like the one you did with the 10 steps. It got a little dry, but two guys showed me, Trey, I appreciate him. He showed me about the dating, how that was out. Most of them was timeless, but he showed me two things that were outdated. The one about the dating, I agree with Trey on that one, and I was ready to listen.
I think Trey is really, in my opinion, man. I think Trey is he's a great person to actually have that type of conversation, because for one, he's still young enough to be, out here. He's single, he's in the dating field. So a lot of the things that that we talk about, when he tells us certain things that's going on, man, we have to take that. You know what I'm saying? I'm not out here dating, even if I am dating. I'm a 51-year-old man out here in the dating field. I guarantee I won't do it the same way, a lot of these other guys would do it. So I appreciate Trey, man.
I listen to him a lot. Let me tell you one more thing. When I first met Trey on one of these panels, we were loggerheads. Like, two men, we're like fighting like he does with everybody else. And then it calmed down. I said, you know what? In any other world, me and him would be hanging out.
Yep.
Right.
In any other world, me and him would be. And so now he understands me. I understand him. Even if we don't agree, there's no malice.
Right.
That's how men are supposed to be. Period.
Right. He's not, and this is one of the things. And I hate that we talking about this nigga. I can't stand his ass. But no, I gotta say some real shit about it. I'm drawn to contrarians, right? I'm drawn to someone that has a different outlook, something that it's like he pulls something from what we missing, like the link that we're missing it from, right?
Right.
And I mean, he's human just like anybody else. So you can tell when he gets agitated. I mean, he does Trey. You know what I'm saying? When I get agitated, I do JT. You know what I'm saying? Black Bear, you the same way. RP, Mr. Shit, we saw Mr. Bennett get.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? When Mr. Bennett Jones go back, it's
Yes,
about to happen.
It's
It's
a
about to
wrap.
go down.
You already got that deep ass voice. His voice go
man.
to a higher octave. What are you talking about?
It's the microphone.
Hold on a second. You got to hold on a second. But thank you guys, man. I appreciate it. Now I want to jump into the show tonight, but I want to get into the chat, man. Who we got in the chat tonight, JT?
Oh shoot, man. Let me go ahead and pull some of these highlights, some of these folks. You already know the super supporter, my girl, Navoa. She I'm telling you, bro, I did not know Lady Navoa reach is that damn far. I mean, she gets on all the platforms and she support everybody. So big ups to you, sis, most definitely. Who else we got? Oh man, we got Edward Gilbert. He's up in here.
He's a Georgia fan. I see. You see that, Mr. Bennett?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And did you know it's
Bulldog championship ring up there?
I gotta support, man. I have to support. You know what I'm saying?
Yes,
you
sir.
already know we got the homie. We were just talking about you, big head ass Trey. He's in the building. We also got Mrs. She Said, the Seds. She represents both. You know what I'm saying?
So, absolutely.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And we got Messi. What is that? Michonne.
That's Michonne.
What's going on?
Thank you for coming. Thank you for coming. We got the homie Edward Gilbert. Did I already put Edward Gilbert up?
Yeah, you did.
Nightish. This motherfucker right here. I have not had the pleasure of talking to you yet, Nightish, man, but I see you be shaking it up, bro. You
Nightish be on the platforms with a silk shirt on with his first 4 buttons unbuttoned.
Hell yeah. We also got the Greek Freak. The Greek Freak is in here, man. Thank you for coming in here, bro. Did you send him the link? You send
I did. Let me see. No. I'm gonna put it in the chat.
Okay.
I'll do it right now.
Rumble, young man, Rumble. We got your boy Jedi Mike. What's up, Jedi? What's up, man? Again, I'm gonna keep saying it. Congratulations, y'all coming up on y'all anniversary in
year anniversary.
The months is gonna come by fast, bro. Then we got what up, Doc? My man, Dr.
What up, Doc?
Is up here.
First of all, let me also say again, I appreciated Black Man the last minute but fruitful opportunity to be on with the doctor last night.
Amazing show, bro.
To share the floor with him and allowing me to just share my story and my history and whatnot, and he was able to craft it into the overall message of the show. So I really appreciated that opportunity. I hope people were blessed by it. Hey, there he is right there. Salute to you, doctor, for sharing the
I was listening. I was listening to.
Oh man, I wanted to get on.
That was a deep conversation, brother. It was. I was just sit back like.
I was trying to get back. They got turned it around so much, man. That conversation was just like, I was like, man, I wanted to be on that panel so bad, bro. I was like, wow, man, y'all killed it, bro.
Yeah, and I want to say to Mr. Bennett as well, man. Thank you for your vulnerability. I was going to text you today. Thank you for your vulnerability.
Yes.
Your vulnerability, man, is the way you opened up and had that conversation yesterday, and you didn't lie about anything. The things you didn't know, you said, I don't know.
Yeah.
And you guys had that conversation, man, and I just appreciate your vulnerability, and I just appreciate two bald head Black guys sitting and having that conversation like y'all were just having a drink and just talking to each other.
Yeah.
The hair gets in the way. Once you release the follicles, the ideas come out. So I'm just saying, Black Man.
I don't know.
gentlemen, so thank you, man, so for your vulnerability, man. Who else we got in the chat? And we'll get
We
the doc
got
in
my
a minute.
man Hassan. I'm gonna tell you something, bro. This is a great guy to have on here, man, to tell you about his customs. We know everything about Africa now, but when you talk about this guy, Middle East, right here, Hassan be on it, man. He's definitely on it. He's a young guy, man, and he likes to pick our brains also, bro. Most definitely. Then we got the
Absolutely.
OG. He got the another ball here, brother, right here. Trey F. EBA, man. Trey, I think we was in the same family or something, bro. We was raised with each other. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We got let me see. I think that's everybody right now. Black
Yeah,
man.
that's everybody. All right, man. Well, thank you everybody for being here tonight. Thank you, JT. Thank you everybody for being here tonight. My brother, the bald head brother to the left over here, Dr. Nkumbe. All these bald guys. I'm just tired of y'all. He has something he wanted to say as well before we get started. So the floor is yours, my sir.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Good evening to the panel. What's up, everyone? Good evening to those in the chat. Thank you for this opportunity. I won't stay long, but I wanted to chime in and make it super clear. My allegiance, my family is with the Black Man Unfiltered Network, period. I have my own channel. I have all kind of stuff, Facebook, blah, 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 blah. I got all these little things. But my family for YouTube, I co-facilitate with Coach K, but we are very clear that this is a full network and family. And the reason I say that is because when you think about family, we actually have like a family. We got an older person, a younger person. We got the knuckleheads. We got the comedians, right? We got the one who went to school. We got the one who didn't. We got the females. We got it all. We usually mix all that in any one of the shows. I think the sports show is the only one that seems pretty, in my opinion. But all the shows, we have humor, we have real talk, shit talking, getting at each other. And if you notice, because even the last show when I was in the chat, like, wait. And a lot of times you can't hear the voice. You can't hear the tone in the chat. So my words, the way I speak and the way I think, the word seems like I'm coming at people. But each time, any of the shows, if you watch, for those who've been watching, we always come back together. And that is a true definition of family. 100%. To also be clear, we've held each other accountable. On that show we were just talking about, I was saying, hold on. Didn't we just have Mr. Bennett say, and then if you remember Trey, because Trey and I go at it, but he's like, for the purpose of the show, I can't speak for him. I'm believing for the purpose of the show, Trey back down so it can happen, because it wasn't about him and I. And we do that for each other. We have like a basketball team or a sport team where we never know who's going to be the star for the night. You have your main stars, but you just never know who's going to pick up the ball. I'll end with this. I'm also pretty universal because I do research and I do a different piece, not a better piece, a different piece. And my piece is more universal, is more humanistic. Please understand, I work with actual offenders, offenders, and I also work with victims. So right off the bat, people are like, how can you dare work with them? How can you dare work with them? I deal with the homeless. I deal with the mentally ill. I deal with guys who are abusive. I deal with I'm humanistic all across the board. And I try and see it right in the middle. That doesn't mean I don't have my personal views. And that doesn't mean that just because I see humanistic, it does not mean that I'm taking a side. So I want to be clear, if I'm chatting in someone else's channel, if I'm posting something there, even if I'm saying I'm in agreement with what you're saying, but I'm still going to call people out on their stuff. And so even recently, I posted on someone's channel to say, hey, Bubs the God, I posted on his channel to say, hey, we were supposed to have this conversation long ago, and I challenged your thinking. But he and I are more than open to have that conversation, even tough topics, and I were going to talk. But again, we're talking about a more humanistic view. When you start with the words, bring the smoke, that changes things. And the way I align myself, and this is just me, my own opinion, but I think the behaviors prove it. I align myself, if you think about the movie Menace to Society, not Sharif the Muslim, but you know how Sharif is one of the guys, but if something were to pop off, Sharif is probably a little bit more in the back, right? A little bit, right? So again, I'm not talking about like I'm the Muslim, but I would say I can hold my own, but if you're talking about rolling up sleeves and doing all that, then most likely that's what the show is going to be about. And I could talk all the stats I want, but that's not what we are doing right now, Doc. We appreciate you. Here, why don't you said you like Pringles, right? Why don't you go in and get you a can? And while you had it, here a couple of dollars, here a couple of dollars, and get me, and they're going to pick the most difficult thing. So I got to go search for it. Yeah, go on and get you get us a couple. So with that being said, I want to be clear. And I have no problem even holding our brothers here or our sisters here accountable. They hold me accountable. That is not the real issue. The real issue is, or the greater issue is how we deal with it afterwards, and especially when we're doing it publicly. How we deal with it afterwards, and if we're doing it publicly. And if we're doing a recap and someone gets their feelings hurt, I can say everyone on this channel is more than welcome to have that conversation. So before we start going back and forth and getting at each other, I hope that it stops. I know it's going to stop. But I just want to be clear on my allegiance. I'm with the Black Man Unfiltered Network. And if I do go to other networks, it's not that I'm changing sides. It's just I'm coming from a humanistic view. And I'll land with that. And for those in the chat here, not just today, but in the chat, I've thank you for your support, because I've seen when you're like, thanks, Doc, but Doc, that's not what so I appreciate your support, and I think even on this channel, people get it. So I appreciate it.
All right, I want to say this too. The Queen is in the building tonight. Guys, we just got through talking about this wonderful woman, knowledgeable woman, wife, mother, content creator, doing it all. The Queen of Black Men Unfiltered Network is in this thing tonight. Let's give it up for yours truly. Take heed to the damn message. It's in the chat tonight. Thank you so much. Take heed to the message for all that you do. You had a great show this morning. You had one yesterday and the day before yesterday. I just, it's so much to talk about. But you be bringing it. She be bringing it, and she don't care. Unapologetically. I love it. So shout out to her. Crystal Light, thank you for being in here tonight. I see you just pulled in. Sean Bolden, thank you for being here tonight as well, man. Appreciate y'all for coming in. Hit the like button, subscribe button. Also start sharing it so we can get more people in here to be a part of what we're trying to do here. All right? All right.
Can I just say one thing? I do have a challenge for us here. Because I was, who was this? Brother Ben, I was talking to him. The titles, the titles on the show. Now, I get it, because there's the entertainment side, and then but the real talk, like if it's the real talk, and in fact the words we want to use, we probably couldn't because of the algorithms. Right. But I just want to say, because even Tuesday's show, like I really prepared for the conversation about Blacks being killed, no matter if they're gay, straight, fat, skinny, tall, Blacks being killed. And so I think one of the challenges is that if people come from that conversation, but then the conversation is never really, or we hit on it like boom, but then it's the rap and the bitches, and it just changes things. So I know for me, I would say, wow, if I came for a conversation about how can we all live together, but then I start out with, I'm here for the fight, already is confusion. I would say anyone coming to any channel, please make sure you know what the full conversation is about. The full conversation. Because I know I got hooked into well, how does this have to do with what's that have to do? So I just want to say that's one way I would ask that, hold us accountable when we think about the title. And then for me to do my own work to say, hey, just so I'm clear, I know the title is there, but if we're talking a 2 or 3 hour show, of course, it's going to be more than that. So I'm going to do my due diligence to find out what the full conversation is about. Right. And that way I don't have to challenge us saying, that's not what we're talking about. That's not what we're talking about. So I just wanted to add that piece to not be insulting to anyone's intelligence. Like, that's what we came for. And I can see where then if Bubs left thinking, wow, I thought I was going for a conversation, it turned to be a game. And then there's a replay show or a follow-up. It's like, wow. So that's my only request, that we look at what the titles are about.
Absolutely. And we got Trey and Grooming and Reviews in the building tonight. Now, what I want to do, Trey and Grooming, since y'all are here, I'm going to let y'all go first on this. I'm going to play a video. And one of the videos I have for tonight happened at Chuck E. Cheese. I think it was Chuck E. Cheese. Shout out to Chuck E. Cheese. They're going through bankruptcy right now. They'll be closed in probably the next 2 years. You won't see a Chuck E. Cheese anywhere. But Chuck E. Cheese, while they're still open, there was a problem at Chuck E. Cheese. A man showed up for his daughter's birthday, and the mama called the police. Let's take a look.
Okay. I have a restraining order. You guys aren't supposed to be here.
Where's the baby? Where's the baby? We're here.
I have a restraining order of somebody who's here. Can you please come right now?
Where's the baby?
Can you please come right now? I have a restraining. You have a warrant out for your arrest too. I'm at Chuck E. Cheese. You have a warrant out for your arrest. Okay, don't do this in front of our school friends.
Where's the baby?
Jones. I have a restraining order on Bijan Jones. His name is Bijan Christian Jones.
Okay. Come on, that ain't even necessary.
That's serious. We just
that ain't necessary.
I don't want you to see her. It's for the love of your
okay,
it's okay. She's great.
It's for your daughter. Well,
What happened?
Hey, don't run now. Everybody on the way. Why your daughter don't know him?
He needs to go.
She stayed with me. I'll tell you the history.
He ruined your birthday.
I'll tell you the.
All right.
Oh, I can't wait, boy. I can't wait.
Yeah.
Well, he's wrong. He's wrong.
We'll start with Trey. Trey, can you hear us?
Yeah, I'm kind of leaning that way too, but
Trey, you can you hear us?
You muted. Hold on.
You muted, Trey, if you can't hear us. Grooming and reviews, you can go first and we'll go down. Go ahead.
Before I go talk about a video, I want to say something really fast if you don't mind. Is that okay with you, BMU?
Yeah, go ahead.
About what you were saying earlier. Whenever we talk about anything about this panel, we argue, we scream at each other, whatever. You guys might be jealous of my beard and my hair, but we all come to as a team. I can call BMU anytime, and I have messaged you. I know I can call anybody on this panel, and you guys will go to fucking war for me. And you guys have.
Wait a minute, Grooming.
Hang on, let me finish, please. Let me finish, Baldy.
Hey, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. To jump on you, bro.
Hey, let's go. I'm
7 on here, man. Hey,
seriously,
this a damn record for bald head men. Goddamn,
it's gotta be. It's gotta be.
But nobody on this channel is anything but loving and caring. Nobody thinks of that. We only see what we come out. We might come out heated, woo, at the moment, but we're not coming from hate. We come in because we care. That's why we're trying to bring out the message. I actually care about what we're trying to do. This is why I always put Fridays on the side for BMU, and I'll leave it there.
What's up. That's what's up. Hold on, before you take yourself out of the gang. We got a gang. Me, you, and I see my man Sean. We the beer gang. We got Trey. We got the gold. You dig what I'm saying? We got the beer gang. Come on, bro.
Come on now.
I am going to drop the ball. I'm going to drop the ball on you guys. So some of you guys already saw on my channel. I started my first stream this week. On Saturday is going to be called the Hangout. So you guys are all welcome. Come on whenever you like it.
I'm coming, bro. I'm coming over that way.
We're going to support you, brother. Hey,
thank you.
Now, what are your thoughts on the video?
I think she's a psychotic bitch. Simple. I'm not gonna get far from it. If you are, I'm coming to my daughter's birthday party. I don't care if it's at Chuck E. Cheese's, at Disneyland, or whatever. If you call the cops on me, I'm coming for the jugular. My kid comes first. I don't care what beef we have between each other. Keep that between us. Let's be mutual. Let's be even when it comes to our kid. Our kid is number one. She needs this. She needs that. You need to get. When we're together, we have no problems. We're cool. But behind closed doors, we can scream and try to kill each other. I don't care. My kid comes first, and her happiness, her to see her a healthy relationship between us. That's all I care about.
Absolutely, man. Thank you for that. Your perspective on that. Trey, what are your thoughts, man?
Oh, this is a very sticky situation because it just demonstrates that once you break a woman's heart, you're forever in that zone. And, I understand him wanting to be there for his daughter. I don't know how recent, their breakup was, or the order of protection was taken out. But once he showed up with that other woman, he was in for a lost cause anyway.
Absolutely.
It has nothing to do with him bringing him, but she saw that woman. Apparently, she didn't seem to be bad looking. She stuck with the child, whatever issues they may have had. He probably could have got by if he'd have came along. And that's where, we got to be better at putting ourselves in those situations, because she's basically ruining the whole moment because of how she felt. It didn't seem like she asked the daughter. She just went by how she felt. So, it's just bad all around, but once you break a woman's heart, you there forever. You can never get out of that. She was wrong.
Sean Bolden, welcome to the show, my guy. What are your thoughts on the video?
Man, I think it was a very selfish and mature behavior that was displayed by the lady, regardless of who he brought with him. Although I do agree that it could have been, he could have been a bit more discreet, or he could have been a bit more considerate about the circumstances, especially if he knew how vulnerable, how unstable she might be. And she displayed instability. She was very emotional, and I just think that both of them could have practiced a lot more consideration and a lot more maturity in the circumstances, whether it was communicating beforehand that he was bringing someone and how she felt it, or whether it was not bringing anyone at all, just because he understands the dynamics. And it was more about, as was said earlier, about the child, not about the adults. And I think the adults, in a lot of circumstances like this, we need to just mature. We need to get better, both men and women.
All right, man. I appreciate that, brother.
Can I
Trey,
ask Brother Sean a quick question? I just want to ask him a quick question. Brother, are you kin to Mike Epps?
Hell yeah, he looked like Mike.
Man,
He looks like Mike Epps, man.
All he got to do is say 45, 35.
Sean, should we tell the panel your nickname? Does anyone know what Sean's nickname
is? When I met Mike on a
occasion. Peacock.
When I met,
hey, look, hold on. Before the show over, Sean, I want you to tell everybody that story, bro. Before we leave tonight, you need to tell everybody your Peacock story. I'm not gonna ruin it for you. I won't let you tell it because it's your story to tell. But yeah.
But yeah, I have been told that we have we could be from the same tribe.
Okay. Now Trey's in the building tonight.
The whole tribe.
All the way from the gym tonight. Trey, did you get a chance to see the video?
Yeah, I just went back and watched it.
What are your thoughts?
If there's an active restraining order, there's an active restraining order. I don't know what else to say. If there's an active restraining order, you have to abide by the active restraining order. There are no special circumstances. And yes, the child's birthday or beating up at a Chuck E. Cheese may seem like it, but I don't know what happened and why she got the restraining order. I didn't hear her explain that. But typically when you get a restraining order, there's a process, right? You get a temporary one first, and then you actually have to go to court and present your case. And then there's an actual protective order that is issued. So if there was an actual protective order that was issued, that either means the judge agreed with her, or he didn't show up, which is it's granted by default then. So I'm not really sure what I'm supposed to say. I don't know how I defend somebody who's not following the restraining order. Is she being petty? I don't know. What was the reason that she got the restraining order in the first place, right? Because then I would have to ask, well, was she being petty when she got the original restraining order? Because if she was being petty then yes, then she's being petty now, right? But if she had legit reason to go get this restraining order, and she has a legit reason to be fearful. But here's the thing, and I say this to men a lot. Once a woman that you're dealing with involves the police, that shit is done.
That's right.
It is donezo. It is over. Right. No more relationship. Do not talk to her. Because it is my personal feeling, and having been in law enforcement, my personal feeling that once you call us, you are then taking any resolution, any mediation, you're taking it away. You're giving it the power to the government at that point and saying, listen, you fix my problem. So if you're in a relationship, and this is why I have a big issue with child support, right? If he's a piece of shit, that's a different story, right? But if he's not, why are you involving the government? The two of y'all, the government wasn't in the room when y'all was making the baby, so why are you involving the government now? The two of you need to be sitting down and working this out. The same thing for these types of situations, unless there's a situation where she legitimately needed. So obviously, I need more. I'm taking the long way of saying I need more context, obviously, right? But in this particular case, he's got to abide by the restraining order, and I don't think that it makes him look any better by going against the restraining order, even though to us as men it looks like a legitimate reason because it's his child's birthday.
Yeah, it makes him look worse, man.
Can
Trey, man, that's some good information, Trey, because once a woman takes it to the system, it's over. There's no reconciliation. And one of the problems I have is, and I'm going to be quick, I can't stand here, men, talking about I can't see my kids and all that shit. That means he's not willing to do what it takes to go to the system and use it against the chick. You got to use the system against the chick just like she's using it against you. You know what? You might not win, but you need to build up a track record. But that guy at the Chuck E. Cheese, he's absolutely wrong. If there's a standing restraining order, you need to stay away because there's no way you could argue why you're there with a standing legitimate restraining order. There's no way you could argue it, even if he's right. So I just say that men just do, we play in the hands of ratchet chicks, evil chicks. For some reason, they know how to use the system better than we do. And that's at our detriment. Hey, we got a new situation coming up with the Keke Palmer thing, but it's a whole different conversation. But if that asshole doesn't use the system to make sure he can see his son, it's his fault. It's his fault. I don't want to hear shit. I don't care how ratchet the mother is. I don't care how ratchet she is. Stay your ass away from those two fucking chicks and use the system.
Now the system. Now, Mr. Payne, I have to disagree with you. The system is flawed. It's flawed very badly.
No. Okay, I hear you. But what else? Okay, so give me an alternative for what he's going to do.
No, well, I'll tell you this. I meant to play it today, but it wasn't a part of the conversation, so I left it alone until next week. But there was a guy did a virtual hearing for child support.
Okay.
Mother was in jail, and they gave her child support for the child. And he's out, a free man living his life. Don't give him custody of the child. They give her child support, and she's a criminal. And they fucked him. Bruh, I wish I played that video. I may play it tonight.
But BMU, can I ask you one question? We're not talking about that case. In this case, well, we know the system is flawed.
Yeah.
The point is that when you get out of pocket, you can't win. Right? I know, let's just assume, I agree with you, the system is broken. But if he's trying to do anything other than the system, where's his support? Even if he loses, if he does anything outside of that, he's a double loser. So I know we want to be rebels. I know we want to say the system is broken, but where do you lay that boundary where you're saying it's so broken, I'm gonna die on the sword? The guy who went to Chuck E. Cheese with an understanding that there's a restraining order, there's nobody on this panel can tell me he wasn't wrong, even if he was right. There's a legitimate restraining order, and by him going there, he don't have nothing. He don't have no basis for what he needs for his position.
Let me tell you something really quickly before you go, Sean. This is real quick.
And I'm done.
There's something very interesting about the law. You can actually be right and wrong at the same time with the law. You can literally,
wait till y'all hear my story.
Yeah, I have literally been on scenes and gone, but he's right. But then she'll come out with the paperwork and I'm like, shit, he's wrong. You know what I mean? It's like,
that's where I'm coming from.
It's like, you know what I mean? Like, you can literally do both.
And Trey, what I was going to say is, once you brought that up, I caught the end of the video. I didn't catch the beginning with the restraining order. So to your point, and when you brought that to my, when that was brought up, I retract my earlier comments. You absolutely right. Dead wrong. He was dead wrong. He put his child at risk, because now at any given time his child could lose both of them, because if he reacts or if she reacts, she could lose both of them, and that's a risk that you shouldn't put your child under.
It shouldn't be that easy. I'm gonna let Dr. Nakumbe go because I know he said he got to go. Dr. Nakumbe, you can go ahead and go, but I'm gonna say this real quick. It should not be that. Ooh, sometimes these women just make you want to just explode. I mean, goddamn.
But black man, it's two parts. Yes, to a certain degree, it should not be that easy. But there have been men who have violated this stuff and made it that way. You know what I mean? Like, I have seen guys, I have literally pulled up on scenes and seen guys standing out front of her house, and I'm like, why are you here? You're not supposed to be here. You know what I mean? Like, and he's like, I'm like, do you know you have a standing restraining order? Yeah, I know. I was at the court. Then why are you here? You know what I mean? Like, why are you here? So I get where you're coming from, and I do agree. Listen, there's no more abuser of the system than women. We all can agree on that. They abuse the system. However, men also give them the goddamn jet fuel to abuse it. I guarantee you this man did not vet that woman properly. Guarantee it.
Yeah, you could look at it and tell that she's this, like I said, I think all women are submissive. And I said that the other day to my brother. He said, motherfucker, you done change your heart on this situation? I said, no, sir. I think all women are submissive. I said, the reason that I do think, I said, let me explain. He said, nigga, explain it to me. I said, the reason that I feel like all women are submissive, some women are submissive because they were taught by their moms to serve their husbands and their children and all this. But a lot of women who are submissive in sex. A lot of women that will call you a bitch ass nigga, once you put that dick in them, they say, oh, just do whatever you want. It just lay there. You can throw my leg back. You can pull that ass up. You can pull my hair, slap me on my ass. I'm not going to say nothing. You can take me over. I'm submitting to that dick tonight. And so I think that all women are submissive. I just think it's selective submissiveness. I think that's what it is. Dr. Nakumbe.
We talked about that too, black man.
Yeah.
Sure. That's a hell of a segue. Go ahead, Doc.
I know.
Like, man, Doc.
All right. So I just want to say, I agree with Trey. I agree with Trey, but and then I just want to add so many. I agree with Trey. Period. New sentence. In a different scenario with many, 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 many variables, is the restraining order between him and the woman, and then how is that impacting the child? And I didn't see the age of the child, but a small kid, they won't get that year back. So minus the legal stuff, not even say minus the legal stuff. It is what it is. Somehow he either earned or the judge was convinced. Boom. So that part is that part. Is it a restraining order against the mom and or a danger to the child? Because if it's a danger to the child, then that's a double no. Like, mom, you got a restraining order against, and you're not supposed to be around that child. You present a danger. 3, you bring another person with you, assuming the girlfriend, the other, whatever. This now looks like another threat. It appears as another threat. You and your girlfriend or whatever. So that's like 3 or 4 things wrong right there, all from the legal perspective. If you put that to the side, could they have had a conversation? I think Sean, whoever just asked, or maybe it was Arpain, said, could they have talked to each other ahead of time? Well, no, they can't. They can't really, because they have a restraining order, so they can't. So scratch that, but bear with me. Before the restraining order, what if there was conversation that on her birthday, can I have 10 minutes with her? It may not even have to be at Chuck E. Cheese, but if the restraining order is against the mom, can there be a space where you're not involved, where I can have 10, 15, 20, because he had gifts. It looked like he had some gifts. So that doesn't rule out the restraining order a gift. But somehow, so the child is not impacted, gets the best of both worlds, where she gets a dad, and if he has a girlfriend, then he has a girlfriend. Just like if the mom had a boyfriend, she would have had a boyfriend. I watched pretty much most of the video, and then I got distracted when she walked away. I was looking at the jeans she had on. It was just, I wanted to see the brand. I wanted to see the brand, but she could have had
him. That's how she got his ass, just like
yeah. So I'll just land with this. The legal part, absolutely, Trey, spot on. A restraining order is a restraining order, so he is wrong for showing up. I felt for him when he was pleading, like, please, not like this, not like this. And I should have thought about that before he got there, but I just wish, with the state of our families, that she would have said, you have 5 minutes, I'm outside, go see your daughter before I'm saying your whole name or whatever. This kind of just more wishful thinking. Before I say your whole name, go see your daughter, spend some time with her, and leave. That would be the wish. So that's where I land.
Yeah, that's a wish list, Doc. The point is,
and thank you, Doc, for being here tonight, man.
Yeah, you're right, but the point is,
Doc, I agree with you. I agree,
agree
because
with
I've seen it done.
People are, you know, he's when you got the law against you, as black people, when you know the law is against you, why would you challenge that? It's just stupid.
True.
I mean,
True.
it's just dumb.
Step down.
I don't give a shit how you feel. If you're a man, you can't let your emotions lead you. I mean, that's why we get in trouble. That's why we have a guy like him. The cops come there and let's just cue the scenario. The cops come here, the chick has a restraining order, and he's gonna try to explain to the cops why he's there, because that's his son, I love him and shit. And the cop is gonna say, you ain't supposed to be here. But Mr. Officer, blah, blah, blah. And one freaking thing leads to another. He's shot or fucking on the ground and handcuffs and stuff. He shouldn't be there. And this whole panel talking about why he has a justification is a mistake. We should tell motherfuckers, no, she got a legitimate restraining order. Until you get that shit lifted, stay your fucking ass away.
But you know what, R-Pain? That's easier. Okay, I'll say this, and I hear what you're saying. I really do. It's heartfelt. I hear it. However, I will say this: that there has to be some type of change within the law. It is easy a woman can get upset with you, R-Pain, and say, you know what, motherfucker, you got a new wife, you got a new fiance, let me go put the child support in your life. I don't give a fuck if you've been here for every birthday party. I don't give a fuck if you giving me $500 a week. I'm finna show your ass because you got a new bitch. I'm gonna show you. And so I think that these women do things out of spite. And I think a lot of women complain that men are deadbeats. You're deadbeat, motherfucker. You're never in your kid's life. Then when a man want to be in his kid's life, you get a fucking restraining order.
No, I agree with you.
You see what I'm saying? So it's like, it's either damn if you do, damn if you fucking don't.
But I agree with you. I do. I don't want to sound like I'm defending the chicks.
No. I didn't say you was. I was just adding to what you said.
You ain't
what I'm saying is the only recourse we have is to, we always tell men to man up. Stop being emotional. We can't have an emotional reaction even to this overly emotional situation. Right? So that's where the test is. If the test is, I can say, this is the real test on whether we have control of our emotions. Where she can hurt you the most. And the only win he has is to be cool in the situation and not show up in the first place. You know, and that's what we're talking about. And that's where we fail.
Right, let's get to everybody that hadn't gone yet. Then we can have the full conversation.
I'm
No, I'll you good. But I want to say this real quick. Kiki, the whole situation, like with the whole Kiki part, I guess everybody knows what's going on with her and that dude. When they leaked that damn audio yesterday and today. Now, come on now. The day before yesterday, everybody was like, that son of a bitch, he's not worth a shit. But
right.
They
You know they had no proof for him hitting her, right? You know they had no proof.
But they leaked the audio today, and that mama saying
his ass getting they had proof for his ass getting threatened.
Yeah, your mom, the mama saying you dickless, you stupid motherfucker, you ain't shit. Your mama retarded, you stupid. Your mama, your daddy. You know,
what else they had proof of too, black man? They had proof of her hitting him.
Right, by the way, those photos were from 2022, a year ago.
Right. And so the mama said, we got something for your ass. He said, I want to see my son. She said, what son? You don't have a son anymore. And he said, no, I'm coming to see my son. She said, you come over here. We got something for your ass.
Yeah.
So now that lets me know the man been set up. Look how easy it was for them to do that and for the whole world to believe it. But
now he has evidence. He has something in his defense because listen, he has to use the system to see his son, and he has evidence on why and the setup, and he has to use that. He has to be unemotional, and he needs to use that. He might win, he might lose, but there's no way they could legitimately, without trying to, some shenanigans, keep the son away from him. He actually, the truth of the matter is, he has more public support. He has more public support than we think.
You know what, RP, I'm from a small town in Louisiana. I had a ticket one time, and I was trying to fight the ticket, get it dropped. I was sitting in court, and before they do the tickets, you just sit in the back and watch everything they do prior to them bringing up the tickets. It's a small town, so every goddamn thing happened at once. And a guy went up to the thing or whatever. He was talking about child support or whatever, and the lady said, he said, "Your Honor, I know you guys want to take me to family court and potentially get child support." He said, "I'm here for my child." He said, "I have every receipt that I've ever done it for this child since me and her not being together." He said, "For the last 4 years, we had no problems, Your Honor." He said, "I'm moving forward with my life. I've moved on." He said, "I'm making great money. Also, my new wife is making great money." And the judge said this to him. He said, "Your Honor, I would like to even go far enough to do custody of the child completely, with visitation for her, of course." He said, "Because if you look at where she's living, it's not suitable. Your Honor, she's living in a bad neighborhood. The schools are horrible." He had a list of things of where and I'm thinking, damn, she is from Winsboro, Louisiana. It's horrible there, right? I'm saying, this motherfucker finna win. Whoa! The judge says, well, the reason she's living in those bad situations, this is what the judge said. The son, hold on, son, stop talking. The reason that she's living in those bad situations is because you're not paying enough in child support. We'll see you in family court. He said, you dismissed. Next case. And at that moment, I said, oh, this is fucking ridiculous. Wow, you just proved this woman is in a bad neighborhood. She's living in the projects. You got a new home, new job. You and your new wife are doing great. And you would not put the kid in the best situation. That it boils my blood. But anyway, we ain't signing all the way from Shanghai. China is in the building tonight. Go ahead and tell us what you think about the video, because we got some more videos, so we're gonna try to get through this pretty quick. Go ahead.
Yeah. So my opinion is as follows. I don't know why they just couldn't be cordial and let the man at least drop the presents off for the girl birthday, and then let him go on about his business or say hi, whatever. I mean, restraining order, I don't know who or whatever, but I mean, you could at least let the man drop off the goddamn presents. I feel that when women, especially black women, call police on black men, that is proxy violence, right? You're looking to get him hurt. This also goes to shows that, when it comes to reproduction rights, men are second-class citizen. And this is why surrogacy for men is needed, because I don't need that shit. I don't need someone telling me when and where to see my own flesh and blood. Fuck all that. At the end of the day, she called the police because it was proxy violence, and she didn't even have the decency to just let the man drop off the presents. And she could have said, drop off the presents, get the fuck out, or I'm calling the cops. That's it. And so I'll leave it there.
All right, thank you for.
Can I say this real quick, black man?
Yeah, go ahead.
Men have to understand that the laws have not caught up to modern day dating. I'll say that again. The laws have not caught up. These laws are archaic. They are still from a time when men are supposed to take care of everything. You have to understand that we have to get that through our heads. That if you're expecting to walk into a courthouse and for them to give you the sort of rendering a certain judgment based on today, you are sadly mistaken. They are going to render the judgment based on the law and how the law was written. And we're talking about, in some cases, over a century ago. We're talking about over 100 years. There are still laws on the books right now from 1819 or some shit like that.
Damn.
Right. So
still to this day. So if you are going to date a woman, you have to understand this concept that you are going to be judged based on that, based on those markers, and not what we see today. That the laws have not caught up that women are working and they're more educated and they're making more money and yada yada yada. They haven't caught up yet.
Right. So that's why my point still stands, right? Because we're judged based off of 1800s, 1600s rule of law. Even the Supreme Court justice says the law is not designed to hold women accountable. A Supreme Court justice says that, right? So what I'm saying and what I'm advocating to men is to put the power back in your hand and leave it at that, right? And surrogacy,
that's why you don't fight.
Well, surrogacy is a way to put it back in your hand where she's not genetically related to that person. She doesn't have legal documentation or responsibility to that human being. You do.
Single parenthood, whether it be mother or father, is not a good idea. I don't give a damn who it is.
But it's a better idea. It's a better idea for the man in America today.
Good. It's not. Do you have kids? We ain't signing.
It's better. There's no way you can explain to me.
Do you have kids?
There's no way you can explain to me.
Do you have kids?
No, I don't. There's no way you can.
Let me tell you somebody who has a kid.
No.
Let me tell you somebody who has a kid. Because
there's no way you can say that being divorced.
You don't quite understand it though. When you have a child,
I don't understand it.
You don't have a child. I'm trying to explain this to you.
I don't need to have
yes,
a
you
child.
Do. Yes, you do. You need to understand this. You have never seen that look on your child's face when they have to go from mommy's house to daddy's house. You don't understand that because you haven't seen it.
And I don't
want to understand that. Hang on a second. You haven't seen your own child question why they have 2 bedrooms and why they have 2 bathrooms.
No.
And why is mommy picking me up on Monday and Tuesdays and daddy is picking me up on Thursdays and Fridays? It's not an ideal situation.
Surrogacy, you avoid that.
Well,
how?
Avoid that.
Well,
here
you really can
avoid. You have a surrogacy and you have child, and then you get married to a woman or you date a woman. If you guys divorce,
okay, you are just as delusional as some of these women. If you think I don't even know, that don't even begin to make sense.
Nothing beats nuclear
What are
family.
you talking about?
Nothing.
Are you telling? But
here's the thing:
but
when
losing half your finances makes sense. Seeing your child every other weekend,
8% of divorces have alimony. 8%.
No. I'm not talking about.
No. This is a YouTube talking point.
I'm not even talking about
this spousal support crap is nonsense. Most men don't make enough money to pay spousal support. Stop it.
I'm talking about the loan that you two got to get the house, and now you're kicked out, living in your mom's basement. That's what I'm talking about.
And do you know how that system works? Do you know how that system works? We ain't signing. Do you know how that system works? If you get kicked out of your house, and there's a loan, she has to either take on the loan or you sell the house. That's how it works.
She can keep the house, right? She doesn't have to sell the house. She can keep the house, and you can still be on the hook for the loan payment.
Then you got a shitty lawyer, and I suggest you get a better lawyer.
Yeah, because even if she keeps the house, she's gonna have to pay you out on the equity.
A lot of men have a shitty lawyer then, because a lot of men are on the hook for that. A lot of middle class men get divorced and they're ending up living back with their parents or friends because they're in financial ruins.
Okay, can I say this? You're right, all of that, but let's get to the root of it. We do have power. The power is, as Dr. Nkumbe just said a second ago, is when you see that fat ass, don't just get intrigued and entranced by it. How about that? How about figuring out where you put your dick before you sit there and talk about that? But and then that eliminates a lot of stuff. It might not eliminate it all, but let's start there. The root is that we're following and we're chasing that fat ass and those big tits.
No, gentlemen, there's. Can we agree on this, please? Can we agree on this? Men and women do not have the same reproductive rights. Can we at least agree on that?
I mean, but
can we stop stating the obvious? We're stating the obvious.
Okay, so if that's the case, all the
other solution is
don't matter.
Your solution
doesn't matter.
Your answer to the problem is just don't have a baby with.
Sean, let me ask you a question, brother. Let me ask you a question.
Yeah,
because I agree with what you said. And one of the things I think black men, every man, not black men, men, we are wired a certain way. So we hold on. I'm not saying it absolves us of anything, but we are wired a certain way that we will take sex from a woman any way she wants to give it. And let me finish. And we've been doing that since the beginning of time. And you and I and every man has to realize that when we cross the Rubicon, that's the first time we can look at a woman that we covet and actually say no to the punani. And it's a rare man who can do that. And let me say why that's a rare man who can do that. Because literature throughout our history, including the Bible, is littered with men who can't do that. So we can sit down here and we can say all this discipline shit and all this. We need to well, hold on before we go. I'm gonna land it here. I promise you, not just for you, Sean. Anybody. When we talk to men about controlling their seed, the only thing we need to talk about is the consequence of them not doing it. Because telling men to have discipline is not enough. It's like saying be abstinent and be against nature. We have to say, young man, if you, and not young man, because this is an age-dependent thing. Now, every man on this panel, I swear to God, you could be honest, you don't have to be honest. One of the toughest things any man has ever done is turn down a nice piece of willing, steaming ass piece of pussy. I'm serious. Wait. Before anybody, I'm gonna land it. Let me land it. I can paint you a scenario. I can paint you a scenario. So when
you mean like crabs?
Let me finish. I'm gonna shut up.
Show off real fast and go and get some of that right now in another room.
Do that when you can actually say no to the woman you covet. You've crossed the Rubicon to the other side to realize that every piece of ass and every woman's punani that shouldn't govern your decisions, because it's the outcome of actually having sex with that woman that's important. And it's a rare man who understands. That's why Napoleon Hill said that most men don't know how to do that until they're in their 30s.
Hey, I don't care.
Right, so I'm just saying we can sit down here. Okay, I'm done. I said
hold on. Let me tell the guys in here. Hold on, we get back to it. We great. Hold on. Trey first.
Facts, man. You speaking facts?
Trey, go ahead, Trey, and then we get Mr. Bennett. Then we and JT we move and Lost in Translation. We move on. Go ahead.
I mean, it just we just between the rock and hard place when it comes to women and the hot, steamy. We just between
off of that shit. The shower, evaporating all the moisture out the air. That shit is hot. And you're gonna say, "Oh man, stop!"
When you're young, and I can only go back to when I was younger. It wasn't as difficult to put yourself in those situations where you could be with the woman. It wasn't as difficult. Today, men have to be more careful, unfortunately, because we always go by the numbers. If if 67% of men are childless and single, then more than likely they're not engaging on a regular basis.
You're right back.
It's that small group. So the guys that are not, I can see that they are looking for or not looking, but opportunity don't come around as often as some guys. So they may indulge and not even go through the fact of protecting themselves. They're just gonna be out there trying to get it. Hey, it's been months. Let me do what I gotta do. But then this is where you put yourself in a hard place, because you're not really thinking properly to say, at least let me protect myself in this moment. A lot of times we ain't prepared when we roll up on it. We just rolling up on it. She called at the moment. I've been trying for 6-7 months, whatever. So now's my night. And this is where guys put themselves in a situation.
Trey, what you gonna do when she says you can't put that on, or else there's no box? What is most men gonna do? She says, I want to go raw. How many men are gonna say, I'm gonna turn that shit down? Tell me. Give me a percentage.
But that's what I'm saying.
right?
A large percent. I can't say a large percent. I'll say about 50%. Some guys do have discipline. Some guys don't.
50% of men gonna say no? I disagree
I
with
don't
you
know.
100 fucking percent.
I don't know. It could be 80. It could be 80. It could be 90%.
Gonna say no to the box that's ready?
No, that will
80%?
take it. That will take it. That will
Oh,
take
okay.
it.
I'm with you now.
I'll take it anytime of the week.
Most guys, but see, if y'all, I think it depends on where you are in your life too.
I agree with that.
I don't know. I think
I agree
20
with
to
that,
30,
where you are in your
20 to
life.
35. You slinging snakes, wolves, hyenas, goats. You
Thank
trying
you.
to get whatever you can get. But at
Thank
certain
you. That's
point
all
in
the
your
point I'm
life,
trying to make.
Goat box.
when
Hey,
you try to settle down, it becomes a little different. So.
yeah,
But you're
yeah.
talking like apples versus oranges. Like, no offense to Mr. Payne, but he needs a blue pill to get it up. So in his case, it's a little different than us, young guys. Like, we don't have that problem.
Let's talk about men who
Hey,
can still get it
hey,
up.
your
Big
point
Kruger.
is
Let's talk about men who can still get it up.
Hey, your point is well taken. But the issue that I'm having with it and the pushback that I'm giving is that we keep on advocating and pushing that it's impossible, and that's some bullshit.
I didn't say that.
No, but you're condoning it. So basically, when you're young, go ahead and do it.
I'm not.
Wait. You're saying when you're young,
No,
go
don't
ahead
use
and
the word condone.
Well, when you're saying, well, it's our nature is to
It
kill,
is our
but we have consequences, and we don't do that when we're urged to, and when we.
I agree with you.
So
when you and me, Sean, we're in agreement.
Right.
What I'm saying is your message should be about the consequences, not about telling a man not to do it. It's about the consequences.
That's the second part. The first part is don't do it. The reason why it's a consequence.
The first part is the consequences.
Okay, so I say the consequence first, but it still boils down to don't do it.
Oh, if you say the consequences first, I agree with you.
Okay, so it can kill you. You can get HIV. You can go ahead and have crazy baby mamas. These are all your consequences. Now,
absolutely, yeah. You need to scare that fucking guy straight. You need to say, you stick your Johnson in that heifer. This is what's going to happen. You don't even like that chick. Now you're going to be tied to her financially for 21 years because you got 2 minutes of funk. The shit don't even smell like good. Yo, let me tell you, that's what we need to be telling brothers. Not that don't do it. They don't look at you like you crazy. Hey, listen, if you do it, this is what's going to happen or could happen. Are you willing to pay that price against your life as a free man? That's what we need to talk about. We don't do that shit. Discipline is the same as telling somebody to be abstinent. And shit don't work. Because men and women are wired to be together. We need to stop fighting nature. I don't give a shit about feminism. I don't give a shit about any of that. Men and women are meant to be together.
You said we need to stop fighting nature, so you condone in nature.
No.
What part don't you get?
Never say another
motherfucking word to me.
Who am I to condone nature? I'm not that great. Nature's nature. I accept nature as it is, and I'm gonna tell the guys, yo.
No,
our pain. What I said to my daughters.
Our pain. You say you're gonna tell the guys what?
The toughest things any man has ever done is turn down a nice piece of willing, steaming ass piece of pussy.
That is gold.
Trey,
our pain, that is gold. Our pain is gold.
Hey, black man.
Bro,
steaming is wild.
It is crazy.
I don't know. Like, could you imagine your chick laying on her back and that thing simmering? It's just simmering. That thing just got a nice little steam roasting off of it. What the hell are you talking about, Rich? What are you talking about?
The only question I got for you. Is it well done, medium rare?
Hey, man, I want y'all to pay attention. I want y'all to pay attention to how he said pussy. Here we go.
The toughest things any man has ever done is turn down a nice piece of willing, steaming ass piece of pussy.
Well, that shit.
It's the way he said steaming.
Yo, man, that's
Steaming.
that's copyrighted. You owe me money for that,
He put
motherfucker.
some stank on that thing, boy.
Hey, Laws, didn't he put some stank on it?
Yeah, he did a piece of pussy.
Yeah. I had to go look at man. I had to go back and like, let me see this steam again.
He put an exclamation point on that.
Mr. Bennett, go ahead, Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, go ahead. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, say what you got to say, Mr. Bennett. Come on. Let it
Close it out, brother. Just close it out.
Hold it in, Mr. Bennett.
Just let it out, Mr.
Put the nail in the coffin. Go ahead.
Just let it wash over you.
Oh my gosh. Go ahead, Mr. Bennett.
Oh man, I gotta follow that up, huh? Oh,
Gloves gonna need it.
Wow.
Oh Lord.
I mean, I certainly concur with the oral consensus is. I mean, the fact that there's a restraining order on. I think that's pretty ironclad, and I think guys need to move differently. However, one thing I thought I recall hearing in the video was saying that he had just met with the child. I guess he just had the child over a couple days ago or something like that. So there's definitely interaction. So there's certainly plenty of chances for him to see this child. And the fact that he found that he needed to go there. I mean, he could. So the fact that he's got visitation, he's got rights to the child, he could have done his own thing, really. You know what I mean? He could have threw his own party. He could have, in his own space or when he had her, he could have given the gifts, but he had to show up at that particular point in time. And I just think I think there's a message that's being sent. And the fact that his lady's there, which is never a good idea. If he's truly about the kid, you should never have your lady there. And even worse, as I was saying the other night, when the grown folks are speaking, you need to be quiet. Yeah. That woman had absolutely nothing to say in that conversation at all.
Right.
Why are you even dating a guy who's going, not to say there's something wrong with dating someone who has children, but you're dating someone who's in the middle of a custody battle / restraining / whatever. That's just not a stable situation to be in the first place. So why you find yourself in that situation is puzzling for me, for anyone. If you date someone with kids is difficult enough. The fact that they're going through a custody issue of any kind, why subject yourself to that? And lastly, why have anything to say? I mean, keep your mouth closed. You should have stayed in the car, anything, but she had to put her 2 cents in at the same time. And especially if there's still beef between the ex, or if you're the reason why she has that vitriol, you're not being wise in terms of how you're carrying yourself either. So I do think that, certainly I agree he should not have been there. I think there's certainly other opportunities or just given the situation as it is. When you have your kid, you can do anything you want, throw a party, take her somewhere, whatever, give her the gifts, whatever. But please, to bring your lady around in that situation when that temperature is still very hot is just, I think, he was, in a lot of ways, he was trying to gaslight her, and I think it worked. And so, again, I have, unfortunately, in this situation, I have very little empathy for him, because it wasn't like he hasn't ever seen his kid. He seemed like from what I heard, he sees this kid on a somewhat regular basis. You could have gifted her at any point in time, but you had to go to her party where she was planning with her side of family to do what? To make a scene, to flex in some way that, yeah, I'm not only flexing on your party, and I'm bringing my lady that I dumped you for with me. I think those are just all things that are just, just very weak behavior from the guy. So I can have very little empathy for that guy in that situation because of that. Wrong from all sides.
Can I add something real quick? Because I want men to understand this about the law. And this is important. When there's a restraining order, there is no variance for we was cool 2 days ago. there's no, okay, well, it's okay. So it should be fine now. You cannot tell a police officer, I just had my kid 2 days ago. Because guess what the police officer is going to say to you? So you violated the restraining order 2 days ago. That's how we are trained to see it. So this idea, if anything, she's setting you up. She's setting you up. When that thing comes down, it's like Rich said, when that thing comes down, it is but it is respect it and fight it in court. Oh, I got to see my kid a week ago, so it should be fine now. No, it's not fine. It's not fine. You're only putting yourself in a worse position. Going to that party only makes him look bad. There's no positive that could have ever come out of that at all. And to the point, somebody said, well, she could have just let him drop the gifts off. He could have just dropped the gifts off. If he really just wanted to, if it was about giving the gifts, walk in, put the gifts on the table, walk out. If that's what it's really about, we as men, we have to be smarter. We have to be smarter.
Stop the cat. I mean, look, I agree with you. We do need to be smarter. I agree with you. He shouldn't have just went there. He shouldn't have had kids with her in the first place. But she'd start tripping as soon as she saw him. So,
but that's not. I can guarantee you that's not the first time she started tripping.
Right? It's always been that shit. So let me speak as a man that went through something similar to this shit. Right? One of the things I looked at was I was always a smooth motherfucker. When it come down to the ladies, when it comes down to how I move, all these different things, until I had kids with an ex-wife. That shit would make you look goofy than the motherfucker, because guess what? Whether she was right or wrong in our breakup, she was hurt. Ferg already said it. Once you do that, now you playing on the scoring side of the woman, right? So when it comes down to it, you have to learn how to still be smooth with your shit. You know why? Because you don't want to fuck your kids up. It's already a fucked up situation because you ain't with their mama. It's even more fucked up when you bring your goofy ass to a goddamn party at Chuck E. Cheese when you know you shouldn't even be there because you had a damn restraining order on you. You look goofy as shit. Second thing or third thing, I can't remember. But you never, ever bring a woman that you are dating around your goddamn business when it comes down to your kids and their mother. It don't work. You really look goofy. You don't do that shit. And that's where a lot of men are fucking up at. When it comes down to your kids and their mother, you eventually are going to have to make amends with her, right? Well, maybe not. I'm speaking of a man that had an ex-wife that I had children with. I didn't have a baby mama. That's the difference with me and probably a lot of other guys. However, I made some mistakes. I brung some women around, not around my children like that. I never took them to Chuck E. Cheese looking goofy like that. But I had my own house, I had my own crib or whatever, and I was dating a woman, and I fucked around and I let her know too much about my business with my children and their mom. That was a fucked up move that I made. I had to learn how to actually maneuver around this shit, because I don't want my kids to see me cussing their mama out, calling their mama out there, her name, all that goofy ass shit that a lot of these dudes do. So what did I have to do? I had to bite the fucking bullet a lot of times, man. She was doing some fucked up shit to me. It wasn't fair. But I'm a motherfucking man. And guess what I ended up doing? I thought my way out of that shit. I used fucking this nugget up here. One of the ways that I did that, it was going around with what Trey was saying. Man, the law ain't gonna be on your side. Once you realize the law ain't gonna be on your side, then you're gonna have to play the law just like you play out here in these streets. It's funny how dudes can be the hardest motherfucker out here in these streets, but when it comes down to them going to court and dealing with they ex and all this child support shit, they act like bitches. It is what it is. You go to your homeboys, have a drink, you complain about it, but you fight. You keep fighting. You figure out certain ways on how to fight. If you going in there and you causing a scene and you out here trying to, even when it comes down to calling the fucking cops, if you calling the cops the same way that she's calling the cops, guess what they're going to look? They're going to look at both of y'all as two goofy motherfuckers with these children in the middle of that shit. So you got to be the bigger person. At the end of the day, I don't give a fuck where you go in the world. Well, in the United States, everybody's still going to look at your ass. Well, you could have been, yeah, she did this and she did that, but you could have been a bigger person. Guess what we can't do as men? We can't bitch and gripe as if, you know, the world is supposed to be this way. No, that's not what it is. You better start getting you some cop friends. You better start getting you some lawyer friends. You better get them. If you can get a judge friend, you better start getting some goddamn friends out here to show you how to maneuver around this shit. And then after that, you need to start finding out how to make a better relationship with your children's mother, not your baby mama. Not none of that shit. If you got a woman that refuses to have a cordial relationship with you, I don't know what the fuck to tell you. It goes right back to what our pain was just saying. You probably need to control your dick then, bro. Imagine a motherfucker having 5 baby mamas with the same fucking attitude. You the common denominator then, homie. You're the common denominator. That's just what it is. As men, we have to start learning how to have more pride in ourselves. And that means that we got to hold ourselves accountable for everything that we go through, even when it's against us, because it's something that we still did that makes us accountable for it. Give a fuck what it is. I don't care what it is. I'm going to tell you why. Because when you don't, you end up being a victim. How many motherfuckers on this panel want to be victims? I don't think nobody want to be a fucking victim. It happened to me. I'm going to fight through it. Like I said, you go to your homeboys, have a drink or smoke or whatever the fuck you do, you vent that shit the fuck out, and then you go back and fight. There's no other, what else can you do other than that? Because if you don't fight, guess what you gonna end up doing? Get ran the fuck over. Now your ass gonna be paying probably for a kid that you don't even fucking own. You paying for a kid you probably didn't even have the fun of making. You paying for a fucking kid that you don't even see. Because guess what? They would run our ass away forever. And then now you got to deal with that 20-year-old, that 21-year-old, that 30-year-old and say, why didn't you fight for me? Why I never saw you? I think we took a lot of, and this is where it comes down to with a lot of us and a lot of these young folks. We took a lot of bad advice from family members. We don't have nobody that we can say, damn, this lawyer gave me some good advice, right? Because we think just because we go to a fucking lawyer, and I don't know if anybody ever dealt with this goddamn family law shit. They call it family law. It's just like calling the friend of the court. Ain't shit friendly about neither one of those motherfuckers. There ain't nothing family about it. But when you got somebody that can work in the inside and you got somebody that can actually be a resource for you to lessen the pain, that's all it is. It's not going to make it go away. It'll make you start being smarter, because the number one thing that we have to do is have relationships with our children when it's all over with. And this is a man, I'm 51 years old. Both of my kids are grown. Both of my kids are fucking grown. And guess what? We have to have that conversation. Well, what happened at this time and what happened at that time? Let's talk about it. Let's be transparent about it. Let me tell you what I ain't got. I ain't got no angst or regrets about their mom anymore. We cool. I just don't fuck with her. I ain't never did. I was one of them dudes that never even went back to my ex. Never went back to her.
Let me tell you, when I went through the family law, let me tell you what my lawyer told me. Because I I'm hot-headed. I'm real bad. And I said, I'm going to do this, do this, do this. And my wife was like, just get a lawyer. I said, okay. I got a lawyer. I walked in the room. I said, what's up, Nene? She said, nothing. She said, she said, I need you to tell me 2 things. She said, are you scared? I said, no. She said, okay, it's time to gut this bitch. Those were her words. It's time to gut this bitch. I said, oh shit, wait a minute, we on the same page? She said, yeah. She said, we're gonna find every fucking thing about her. What she don't like, what she do like, what she like to party at, what she like the club at. We're gonna pay her friends to take pictures of her. We're gonna pay her friends to take pictures of when she passed out drunk. We're gonna make her friends take pictures of when she's unfit, when she's not doing what the fuck she's supposed to be doing. We're gonna drug test her randomly every time we meet at the courtroom. Take this P test. She said, I want to destroy her. She said, have she ever sent you any messages in the past when y'all was cool? Yes. What kind of messages? Her girlfriend beat up. Oh, she a lesbian? I say, she is. I guess she mess with boys and girls now. She said, it wasn't no lesbian that hit her. It was a nigga. Send me the pictures. She got in the courtroom. She say, Your Honor, how can we have these two children staying with her and her boyfriend beat the shit out of her on these pictures? Exhibit A. She went in there and gutted her. Gutted her. And I was sitting there like, God damn, you killing her. Wow. What? I didn't know what to say. I was like, God damn. Girl, you shit. She was like, yeah. And what about the time that you were at the club? What day was that? Give me my papers, please. Her assistant give her the paper. She said, oh, we're talking September the 15th, the day of September the 15th. She said, did he have the kids then? She said, no, I had them. She said, who were they staying with? She said they was at home by themselves again. She said, yeah, because your neighbor next door took pictures of you leaving and no babysitter ever came for the kids. You thought your son and your daughter were old enough to babysit themselves? She said, oh, and the club you went to was Club Faces? Is that in Monroe? That's 43 miles away from your address? She said, oh, Exhibit A, Exhibit B, Your Honor. Here are pictures of her drunk. Is this the kind of mother that we're going to have going back home to her kids drunk at night? Also, Your Honor, here's a picture of her daughter. Do you see the alcohol bottles on the table? Didn't we have in the joint custody plan that no alcohol should be at the home while these two children are in the home? There's empty alcohol bottles on the table. Somebody's drinking, Your Honor. Ate her up. And I was amazed. Ate her up. But huh?
I didn't hear you, Sean. What'd you say?
Even got no. Could I get?
Well, you cut down for a minute.
I said I don't even have no issues, but could I get her number?
Man, hey,
does she have a CPA?
So then,
once you Sean.
No, you recommend most men get.
Go ahead, Trey.
No,
and then we
go
get
ahead.
Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to ask you a question, because it could be a young man out there going in this situation right now. Would you recommend that most young men get a female lawyer?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
My brother had one.
Okay.
And he had full custody.
Well, make sure she's old enough, and if you're black, she's black.
I wanted to leave this out. But shout out to Anita Tennant. And if you ever look her up, her name is Anita Tennant. She's a lawyer. She's a judge now. She was a lawyer, but she's a judge now. That is my cousin. I love her to death. And guess what? She's a judge and she owns a funeral home. So she does embalming. She does bodies. She does it all. She does it all.
Goddamn money. Shit.
She's a funeral home owner because her daddy passed away. Her daddy's name was George. He passed away, left it to the children, and so she took over the business. So yeah, she does the funeral services. After she kill you in the courtroom, she'll bury you.
See,
and that's her motto on the sign. When you go through the little town, you see a picture of her. It says Anita Tennant, lawyer. What it used to, she's a judge now. Anita Tennant, lawyer. When I kill you in the courtroom, I bury you in the morning.
Wow.
So one of the biggest things about men that we have to be resourceful, right? That's what
listen, I will say that too. It ain't easy. I spent a lot of money, guys. I spent so much fucking money. If you got to be ready. If you ain't ready to. When you say you want to fight for your kids, you need to get your $3 grand, $4 grand, $5 grand ready, $6 grand. Damn near, it took me damn near 7. Boy, I mean, me and my wife, we was pumping that damn money out, but it worked. It worked. All the pictures, paying people on the side, private investigators, following her around, looking at her in the club, taking pictures of her in the club, all type of shit, bro.
Did you have to pay her legal fees as well?
No, hell no. She had to at the end, my lawyer she said, she turned to me, she said, cuz, come here. I said, yeah, baby, what's up? She said, we getting child support. I said, I don't need no damn child support. I work every day. My wife work. We don't need no damn child support. She said, listen to me. If it was the other way around, she would get your ass. She said, I don't want to hear nothing else you got to say. I've already done the paperwork. She said, Your Honor, we do want child support for both of the children. We do want child support, and we want it heavy because he has to travel back and forth to Texas. So we wanted to get that heavy. She said, I'm recommending $1,000 per kid. I said, they ain't gonna do that shit. I said, they're not finna stick her for that. She said, I just put the number high. He'll bring it down. And she just, I mean, she was amazing, bro. Brought up shit. I mean, like, cause I used to call, let me tell this guy, I'm gonna be done with land plane. I want to keep this longer than it's supposed to be. But she used to tell me, I used to call and check on my son. I said, is he passing? Oh yeah, he's straight A's and B's. Oh shit, thank you. Okay, appreciate it. We got to the courtroom. Anita said, my client don't even know this. So she said, hi, Miss B. Did you ever talk to him about your children's grades? She said, yeah, I always keep him informed. She said, what was his grades? What was your son's grades looking like? She said, A's and B's. She said, what year? This year or last year?
What year?
And she was like, oh, and she was just leading her in, bro, leading the witness. She said, this year or last year? She said, last year and this year. My son does well. She said, oh, okay. She said, maybe I have the wrong kid's grades. She said, isn't your son named Jabari? She said, yeah. She said, Your Honor, I would like to put into evidence the last, all the report cards from last year and this year. The young man is not getting any help at home, it seems like, because he's got F's all the way down this list. He's failing everything. He's just failing. She said, and she turned to my ex and put it in her face. She said, isn't this your son's name? Isn't that your address on the report card here? She said, yes, it is. She said, can we hold her in contempt for lying in court, Your Honor? Killed her. That's why I say everybody. Bro,
so hold on. Your mom was lying to you about your grades? The mom was lying to you about your grades?
Yes.
Damn.
BMU, how pissed were you when you learned your kid was failing?
Yeah.
I know your temper. That's why I'm asking. How you? My other question: how the hell did you hold back and you strangle her in the courthouse?
Because my cousin know my temper. She know I had got arrested a couple times. I told her don't put that in the court document. But listen, I said, she told me. She said, you got to keep your shit together. She said, don't you look over there. Don't you say nothing. She said, I heard you whisper something a few minutes ago. She said, shut the fuck up. Even when we were on the elevator, we'll get on the elevator going back down to the parking garage. And she said, and her and her mama and her sister were on the elevator, and they was like, ain't no courtroom in America gonna get no man cussing at no fucking kids. It's a waste of fucking time. You wasting your money. And I'm in that bitch, I'm saying, oh, choke him. And my wife was just pinching my arm. Like, don't you say nothing. Right? But then, fast forward, at the end, when the judge made his decision, all you heard coming out the courtroom was, he took him from me. Yeah, bitch. It's over. Come on, babies. Have them birth certificates ready in the morning. I'll be over there to pick them up. Everything that the clothes. Matter of fact, fuck the clothes. I'll buy them clothes. Just give me all the necessary paperwork. And to this day, she has not reached out to these kids. Ooh, that was years ago, guys, when I got custody. But she hadn't reached out to these kids in probably 5 years. They hadn't heard her voice or seen her in 5 years.
Damn.
She's a fucking deadbeat. And I looked online and she says she's a model now and married some young guy. He's about 20 years old. So, and the kid, there's no excuses. I gave her the kids' phone numbers. I told this how you reach them. Nothing. She won't reach out to him, won't do nothing. So, but that private investigator, I don't know why he's still working, because I'm not going to pay him. But he found her. I think my wife did that sneaky shit.
It's free.
But he found her.
For free, you know that, right?
Well, yeah, I think my wife did that sneaky shit because she's trying to find out, because she wants them to have a relationship with their mama. But he found pictures of her. She's stripping now. Something like he actually had a video of her in lingerie or some type of like stripping clothes, swinging on the fucking pole and shit. You know. So I mean,
I feel bad for your kids, dude, because they're not, the mother treat them like that, and because
Oh,
no
yeah,
kid.
yeah.
Oh, so BMU, you couldn't resist that steam coming off of that bosom.
Oh no! You know what?
That
Hold on,
steam was
Arpain.
coming
Hold
off
on,
of
Arpain.
that, man.
Arpain. Now let me put this to you, Arpain. This when she let me tell you what happened. I thought this would be the best situation for me because me and her grew up together. My mom and family know her mom and family, and we all grew up together. And I knew her. We was kids running around playing with each other when we was kids, 6, 7 years old. And I thought, shit, we've been knowing each other since we was 6, 7 years old, throwing dirt at each other. Now we about to get married. This about to be amazing. And yeah, her mama was the devil. And then the seed leaked over to her daughter.
That big unit dick pretty bad, didn't it?
Yeah, it was bad. It was bad. One day we'll have a nightcap. One night we'll do a nightcap show and we'll talk about this shit. But right now, I want to get lost in translation in here. Lost in translation. Go ahead and put the diaper on this baby so we can move to the next video.
Look at man, the best way to solve a problem is to ask good questions. You understand what I'm saying? And you got to know what you're looking at. What we were witnessing were multiple levels of foolishness. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Number one, what's the barrier? The law. The law is in the way. Can't do nothing about it. You shouldn't have showed up. Now, on the surface, we don't know what the daughter told the mother. Your dad ain't this, your dad ain't that. So he was like, I'm gonna prove to my daughter, I'm gonna be here for her. She gonna see me no matter what. Bad move, homie. You know what I'm saying? Bad move. Not only that, you brought your girl, like everybody else said, you brought your girl, you pulling on emotions. She gonna pull a police card. You got to restrain her. She know your business better than you. You understand what I'm saying? Here's my thing, gentlemen. The problem is not the system. The problem is how we look at the system. Let me ask you a question. When you go to court, you're tried by a jury of your peers, right?
Mm-hmm.
How come you're not tried by judges of your peers? How come your judges are not your peers? Why is there only one judge instead of 3? You understand what I'm saying? That's the problem, y'all. We got to change the laws and how we do business. You know what I mean? And the best way to do that is to find out and put people in place who see things your way. You understand what I'm saying? Find out who these people are running for judge. You know what I'm saying? Say, hey, look, if you're not going to do what I need you to do, I'm going to replace you with my guy. But you got to be prepared to put the money on that thing. You understand what I'm saying?
Oh,
That's
yeah,
one way how to handle that. That's one way how to handle
sir.
that. Number 2, you got to change the laws. You understand what I'm saying? Just like I told earlier, why don't we have judges of our peers, just like we have a jury of our peers? We got to start questioning our legal system. You see what I'm saying? So think about it. If you have those particular situations in place and you get before 3 judges, you see what I'm saying? All of them ain't going to see it the same way, especially if one of them is in place that you put there. That's how you play the game. You don't want to get into these emotional back and forths. My daddy ain't showed up for me 20 and 30 years because the mama told him all kind of lies. You see what I'm saying? And then on top of that, you got to worry about as a man, my daughter thinking that I'm not going to show up for her. That's not how you do it. Sometimes you got to think the long game. You see what I'm saying? Men have been crying about the system forever. You see what I'm saying? Then we got people who know how to use the system, people that don't change the system. But you got to put the work in. You got to put the money behind it. You just can't be talking, man. We got to start asking the questions. Why do I only have one judge? That's not somebody who's probably not going to see it my way. Sometimes we don't have control over that, but sometimes we have to question the system. That's all I'm going to say about that, man. We got to start asking real questions. I'm of the old school. I'm of the school of obedience is better than sacrifice. I'm not having kids with nobody I'm not married to.
I know that's right.
You know what I'm saying? And I got a plan that I run her through. If she don't pass it, we're not having no kids. We're not getting married. We're not doing that. I don't care how old I get. You see what I'm saying? I know what I'm supposed to do. And you're not getting by. Ain't that what Gandalf said to that monster? You shall not pass. No. Because it means too much. And we got to start acting like it, man. We got to stop acting like it, man. That's all I'm going to say about that.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'm done.
So okay, guys. So we can get through the videos. I'm gonna play the videos, and then we'll all get 30 seconds to say what we want to say, and then we'll all collectively have the conversation after we watch the videos. All right. So I want to play this one. This young lady here, that asked her how, you know, they found out she was pregnant, and then the guy interviewed her and said, "How is motherhood?" And this was her response. And this goes into what the show is, and the shame ain't working on the hoes of the bros who support them. Listen to the guy in the background, how he's not even holding her account or saying anything to her, and listen to her response about her baby.
So how is motherhood for you now?
Motherhood? Baby, that baby, we made a baby, I sent it to heaven. Yeah, I was not playing. That baby is gone with the wind, fabulous. No shade, that's my fallen soldier. Yeah.
Real shit.
But that baby gone.
All right, everybody gets 30 seconds. Go ahead, grooming in reviews with your 30 seconds, please.
Wow, I'm speechless. I don't know what to say. Like, I thought, you know, having a baby is gonna be the most happy days in your life and be joyful, you know, happy, you know, all this stuff. But she doesn't give a flying fuck. She cares about smoking her joint instead.
Yep. Trey?
That's all.
Trey, you still there? I think he's shaving his legs. R-Pain?
Trey taking a boo-boo.
Oh, him and R-Pain. Wait a minute. I don't know what R-Pain knows. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, I'm still here.
What are your thoughts, R-Pain?
Well, you know, I mean, skip me. I'll come back. I'll come back later.
Did you get a chance to see the video? I can play it again for you.
Run it back.
Play it
Run it back.
Play it again for me.
I'll play it again. Here we go.
So how is motherhood for you now?
Motherhood? Baby, that baby, we made a baby, I sent it to heaven. Yeah, I was not playing. That baby is gone with the wind, fabulous. No shade, that's my fallen soldier. Yeah.
Real shit.
But that baby gone.
Wow. Hey, listen, you know, I argue with a lot of women about this thing because I'm trapped between pro-life and pro-choice, right? I only believe in the big three. I don't believe that this thing should have ever been on demand, you know? And I think that if we had the law straight, that the big three is enough for a woman to have a reason to do what they do. And you know what the big three are, right? I don't have to go through that. Think about it, you know, about the big three, about when he talks about baby deletions. And I argue with women about that all the time. I you know, I don't think anybody should have the right to go in and delete anybody without justification. So so my thing about this woman is that I think the baby would have had a life of misery with her unless somebody saved the kid. Because I just looked at it. But you know, so that's my thought. I just think that, you know, nobody nobody chooses to be born. We just are. And that wherever we end up with is by the grace of God. And it's unfortunate that it's that way, but that's the way it's supposed to be. You know, if that's the way it is, that's the way it's supposed to be. Every one of us is not promised anything, and I don't pass any judgment on the less fortunate of us. It just happens that way. You know, so maybe that woman thinks that what she did is the best thing for the kid because look at her. She's being honest. Because she probably knew what kind of life she would give any kind of baby. Right? But the only problem is that for those women, we don't talk enough about the alternative about giving those kids up for adoption. Nobody talks about that. But, you know, so, you know, I don't have any really profound thing about it other than that as moving forward, my political stance is what I just said to you. I'm gonna say this. I have no issue with the federal government crashing Roe v. Wade and putting it on the states. I really don't. It was a bad law to begin with. Anyway, so let me just land it there.
All right, Sean, you got your 30. Go ahead.
Real easy. Dysfunctional ignorance and unfortunate reality that we deal with. Shaking my head.
Bam. You ain't signing? Give me 30 seconds of you. What you got?
Yeah, number one, it was a great decision on her part because looking at her situation, she probably is going to pass down generational curses anyway. And then also we look at the single mother blight on the community. So it was a great decision on her part. And I'll pass the mic.
Rufus hates being stuck inside.
Trey.
You know, I believe in word power. She made her decision for whatever reason. We'll never know. But the fact that you are speaking certain words in regards to your child, and she probably had to her, she probably had a good reason, but how you were going about it after that, probably moving the same way. You smoking a blunt. It just, I don't know, man. It's just scary. It just goes to show how broken we are as a people. And I hope, sometime within my lifetime, we can get back to a better place. But it's going to take all of us, to stay in our lanes and sharpen each other from where we are and just move accordingly. But right now, it's just sad how we can take that type of intimate moment and just throw it away, just put it out there like, yeah, it's another day. Let's move on. I'm back out here. Let's go. What we talking about? So it's just sad.
Yeah, I strongly believe that a baby should only come into this world if it's wanted. And I kind of co-sign what we ain't signing saying. That might have been the best option, because even if she carried that kid to term, the way she's taking care of her health or whatever, what that baby would have been born with. And so I'm not with just life for life itself or whatever. I used to grow up seeing all those Africa videos with these kids just being born in famine and dying and whatnot. So no, not every situation is ideal. And I do wish oftentimes that some ladies was just opt for sterilization. If you're not about that life or whatever, get your tubes tied, get sterilized, whatever it is, have a hysterectomy, whatever it is, so that you never have to even worry about that. But that person, is the worst to.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bennett. JT, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
So that heifer should never be able to put no man on child support at fucking all. Her child support rights should be over. Any broad that can do something that easy should never be allowed to put another man in family court. She should be banned from that shit. Any woman that has had that type of way that how they treat their children by killing them that way should never be able to get state assistance. That motherfucker is the epitome of a deadbeat. It's in the goddamn action. Dead. And I am right there.
All right. Lost in translation.
She got to sleep with herself at night. I'm going to leave it at that.
Man. All right. Bitch. Yep. Now, what I'm going to do is, guys, I'm going to switch guys in and out as we're talking, because we got two guys in the back. So I'm going to just switch everybody in and out. As you answer, I'll bring you down, bring you back up, and so on and so forth. All right. So this is the next video. Just listen to this, guys.
Who haven't?
I never been tripping. I can't dance to save my life.
You never worked as a sex worker?
Never worked as a sex worker.
You never sold pussy?
Never sold the pussy.
So you've been a slut all your life. Skin.com. I have a lot going on.
So, Miss Tokyo, tell me, have you ever worked as like a stripper or a sex worker?
Yes, of course. Who haven't?
I never been tripping. I can't dance to save my life.
You never worked as a sex worker?
Never worked as a sex worker.
You never sold pussy?
Never sold the pussy.
So you've been a slut all your life.
How have I been a slut? Wait, hold up.
Let me
give me the difference between a slut and a prostitute. What's a slut and a prostitute?
Okay, the difference between the two is no payment. That's why if somebody call you a hoe, be happy. Somebody call you a slut, you coming back with your hair pushed up and dirty feet.
How you get dirty feet?
You walking on dirt, bitch. You walking on dirty dick. What?
All right, everybody gets 30 seconds. Trey, respond to the video in 30 seconds, please.
Oh boy, well I would wish that she was wrong, but god damn it, she was right. I was trying, but she's right. There's a difference between a prostitute and a slut. Sluts do it for free. They have casual sex for free. At least prostitutes get paid. She was right. Here's the thing, though. She shouldn't be talking at all. She shouldn't. She's the last person she should be talking after what she spawned out of her vagina.
Yeah.
When shit steaming, that shit was smoking.
Arpain, can
Listen,
you tell us?
The only thing I disagree with Trey is that she's the perfect woman to say that shit. That chick is the perfect woman to look at another chick and say, you've been giving away that piece of shit for chickens where you could have been making some goddamn money. You know, you give it away for like, fucking tuna in a can when you could have had some money. You're not only a stupid hoe, you a broke hoe.
You broke
monetize that shit. You know what I'm saying? You too stupid to even monetize the fucking thing. You know what I'm saying? I landed there.
All right, Easy Money in the building tonight. We got some for your ass, Easy Money. Easy Money in the building tonight.
Pause, sir.
Shut the fuck up, Trey. Easy Money. What are your thoughts?
Yo, I'm not sure of the context. So like I really don't have much to add to that particular video. Other than
context, something for your ass or something else. What are you talking about?
no, I don't understand what they were talking about.
Okay, I'm with you, Easy Money.
Bless your heart. I understand Easy Money. Bless your heart.
It sounded like battle, so I'm like, I don't like. That's what I say. I got to understand the context. They talking about being a slut, who I don't.
We maybe should play the video again.
Don't you ever say another motherfucking word to me.
All right, Ikane, what are your thoughts? I want to tell you.
That is something else, man. I don't know why.
Let me say this.
I want to tell you.
I don't know what. I don't know why a prostitute should be given a panel, should be given a microphone on the television to talk. You see what I'm saying? It's a shame. You see where we've come a long way. We've come a very bad way that a prostitute and a whore is discussing morality. But it is what it is. Yeah. That's all I got to say for now, bro. Because I'm still shocked. I'm still short of words.
Okay.
Oh,
all right.
That's a first.
So I'm gonna bring you down, Ikane, real quick and bring up We Ain't Signed and get his 30 seconds. Hold on.
Hey, Black Man, how you say it again?
Huh?
How Ikane sound again?
When I see when she been over, tell that pussy. Hey, we ain't signed it. What? Give me your 30 seconds.
All right, sure. So first, the woman in red was speaking bars. She was like, "Oh, you giving it for free and walking with 30 foot." That shit is bars. She needs to be in every fucking high school putting game on these hoes. Because at the end of the day, we all pay for it. Every man on this panel has paid for it in some way, shape, or form. So bars. Shout out. I don't know who that woman is, but shout out to her. I'd rather have her in the high school. I'd rather have her in the high schools than these 6'5" niggas in fairy dresses reading My Two Dads. And I pass the mic on that.
Jesus Christ.
That was old Tokyo.
Yeah, that's Tokyo. And for those of y'all who don't know, that's Black China's mom.
Yeah.
She having demons.
She's a Tokyo hoe.
Grooming and reviews, 30 seconds, please.
Anybody said what I had to say already? They're right. She's teaching a prostitute how to make money. I had nothing else to say. Like, at least, if you're going to do it legally. Go to a country that is legal prostitutes like Greece. So just go there and make some real money and get your license.
All right. Trey, what are your thoughts?
It's just a sad place where we are today. These are the type of, I don't know, sessions, words or whatever that we promote in our community, and it goes out to the world. And, she has her lane. She's did what she had to do. But the fact that, you're speaking to a younger woman and those messages trickle down to younger women. So now, who's to say women are not saying, oh, yeah, now I got it. I'm just going to start getting paid out here, which, it again puts us in bad situations as a community as a whole. So it's just scary that a young woman who could be vulnerable at this time, like, okay, well, I'm just going to start getting paid and leading with money and put them in a bad situation in the end. So, you know, it's just scary. It's just scary. I'm glad I ain't in the dating market. So I'm rooting for you, Trey. I'm rooting for you to find somebody out there. Hopefully, before you get gray. Like,
and Trey, I know there's a lot of ministers out there, but one minister in particular, Pastor Jamal Bryant, has some choice words about what we just saw. Pastor, what do you think?
These hoes ain't loyal. You gotta find somebody.
Mr. Bennett, what are your thoughts, Mr. Bennett? Well, Lost in Translation, you never heard that sermon? These hoes ain't loyal.
I've seen it.
Like,
anything that flows through the church, I'm gonna see it.
Yeah.
Hallelujah.
He in the pulpit talking about these hoes ain't loyal.
Yes, sir. He said he before he said it, he set it up right. He said all the older people that are used to tradition. Hold on just a minute. I have to say this about the women today. These hoes ain't loyal. Mr. Bennett, go ahead.
Well, it's called the oldest profession for a reason. And I would rather someone be honest about what what that outcome is. And unfortunately, look, I think marriage is supposed to be different, but unfortunately, a lot of people run their marriages the same way. So I can't not, falter for that. But for someone to be out there just doing it just to be doing it with no purpose involved, yeah, I mean, I don't think that's that much better. So, again, know who you're dealing with at all times, and you'll never be at a loss with that individual. So, hey, I got to give her, respect for that.
Like, Sean, what are your thoughts? 30 seconds.
Oh man. Well, if you're looking for virtue, then that's not it. If you're looking for transactional, she is the epitome and the poster child for it. And if you're looking for the results, look at her daughter.
Yep. All right. Appreciate that. Easy money.
Yes, sir.
What are your thoughts about the lady? Sorry.
I don't even know who they are.
About what was said?
I mean, like I said, I don't have enough. Because I don't understand what they're talking about.
Okay, yeah, she says the difference between a slut and a prostitute. But we'll get you on the next video. JT, what are your thoughts?
All I gotta say is
Why?
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 Why was they even on goddamn? Why she even got a podcast? You know what I'm saying? You had a slut and a hoe, and she was right. I couldn't find the lie. She was like, well, shit, I'm a hoe, but you a slut, and she explained it to her. And at the end of the day, there's no way that I can find a lie. It was just like, yeah, you had two ain't shit bitches talking to each other. That's just what it was.
Lost in translation.
Wow.
Get your 30 out.
You know what? All I got to say is, who can find a virtuous woman? But her value is far above rubies. You know what I'm saying?
That's it.
To me, it seems like we used to have more wives than hoes. So now we got the hoes out recruiting the wives, telling them 20 in the front,
40 in the
back.
And 40 in the
back. now, before we move on, I do want to say this. I was talking to the guys earlier before you guys came on, Lost in Translation and JT, about Tyler Perry's documentary dropped today about his life story, how he got started. And Tyler Perry said when he was a young kid and growing all the way up through his teenage years, his dad used to beat the dog shit out of him. I mean, just ruthless. Beat the skin off of him, bruised him, beat him just from the time he's a little kid all the way up. And he said when he turned 30, he asked his daddy, why did you? He said, I'm a grown man now. I'm not taking no beatings now. But why did you beat me like that? Why did you do that to me? He said, because I felt like you weren't mine. Tyler Perry turned 48 years old. He went and got a DNA test and found out that was not his daddy.
Right? Didn't you do a show about Kirk Franklin? That was something very similar, right?
Yep.
Yeah, same scenario.
And Kirk Franklin said he'd been trying to build a relationship with his daddy for years, and the whole time it was not his fucking daddy. He said we never had a connection. We could never agree on anything. We always argued with each other. And he said, I have so many questions for my mom, but she passed away in 2009. And he said, for that reason, since this man not his daddy, he said, I'm going to take care of him for the rest of his life. I bought him a mansion, bought him a house. I'm going to take care of him. He said, but he's not my father. He's not my daddy.
Well, let me ask you a question about Tyler Perry. Is there a link that you can put in the chat or something?
No, it's on Amazon Prime. It dropped big today. As soon as you go to Amazon Prime, it's right there on the front screen. Yeah,
because I do a series on paternity fraud. And Kerry Washington has a story about paternity fraud as well. There's a lot. Paternity fraud is big. I was telling people that women have been fucking over men with paternity fraud for years. 30%, at least. Probably more than that.
And guess what, RP? The whole fucking documentary before he got the DNA test, the whole fucking documentary, my mom, she was strong. She was great. I don't know why she married my father. My father was abusive. He was resentful toward me. But my mom, she was strong. She stood in the gap. My mom was an angel. My mom was great. My mom was strong. My mom was a leader. My mom is a leader. My mom was, and I'm like, God damn. And at the end, your mama lied to you, motherfucker, for fucking 40 years about your daddy. That man's not your daddy.
But think about it, BMU. I was in an argument with a lady today about, my wife is not my fucking partner. The things that I have to do for her is far beyond the shit that I expect for her. The expectation of a woman of the man is so much greater. And if we were partners, we'd be 50-50. His mother did whatever she had to do because she knew he knew she took that dick from somebody else.
Man.
And she was looking for support for the rest of her life. And that's what she had. That's why she had to put that facade up there.
You know what?
To me, it's just another example. I think I brought this up when we talked about the Kirk Franklin piece. It says, why is it that so many of our greatest artists, entertainers, or whatever, they always had these backstories that they're coming up from these very dark, very dysfunctional homes and places and circumstances. It's almost like as if God, to almost offset the dysfunction, gives them a gift, and sometimes that gift goes up, quickly in flames, like Prince, Michael Jackson, James. I mean, all these guys that or these men and women who've just overcome. Aretha Franklin, I think she was a mother at 13 or 14, as something like that. I mean, just the circumstances that a lot of our greatest artists came from. It's almost like, was it a coping mechanism, or was it just something that the guy said, all right, look, I'm gonna give you this so you can try to redeem some of the time that that was taken away from your childhood, or whatever. But it's just amazing. It's almost like you can't be great without coming from something. I don't know. I'm sure it's just anecdotal, but it just seems over and over we're seeing this.
Let me add this to what you're saying. I think men need to stop letting women gaslight us about us being cheaters. We need to challenge that bullshit that they project on us, that men are some kind of cheaters. Fucking women have always been more cheaters than we have. And we let them get away with that shit. You go on any of these panels, they act like men cheating is the biggest fucking crime that ever happened to them, and they don't even really give a shit about that as long as you can provide. So we need to stop letting them gaslight us about that.
I need you to guess
cheating on men forever.
I need you to guess something from your pain, and everybody on the panel, just real quick before we move on to the next video. Just give me everybody. I'm just go to everybody. After I ask the question, just give me a direct answer. If we go DNA test all these kids from these grandmamas, what percentage of them do you think are really truly belong to the granddaddy? Go ahead, RP.
Less than. I mean, I believe in the 30% paternity fraud situation.
God,
I think it's at least 30%. In Jamaica, it's 70%. In Jamaica, is 70%.
Woo, shit. Easy money.
70%.
So are we saying the percentage of the kids in a particular family or just people overall?
No.
Across the diaspora, across the classes, across everything is around 30%, because women exercise what they call a dual mating strategy. A woman would have a man that she loves, that provides, but he doesn't have the aesthetic that she wants to have for her kids. So she'll find a guy that she's attracted to that has the aesthetics. Look, the only reason why Keke Palmer was with this fucking guy Darius is because he had the aesthetic. She has an inferiority complex about how she looks. She saw this light-skinned, curly motherfucker looking a little bit like Lost in Translation, and she says, "You know what? knock me up a baby."
I'm paying him here to tell you.
I'm only joking, my man. But you know what? That's why she's with him. He had the aesthetics that she wanted one of her babies to have. She didn't give a shit with how much money he made and what he was doing. And that's what she was looking for. And that's why, once she had him as a father, if she was a praying mantis or a black widow spider, she would have killed him or ate him by now. And that's what she's doing right now.
Easy money. So finish
up
easy money.
Just real quick. Yeah, I just want to kind of correct our opinion really quick. The 3 out of 10, the 30% number that you're citing is when the paternity is already in doubt. So to that point, if there's a question on it, 1 out of 3 of those have been found to be, paternity fraud. I don't think it's as big of a deal as people make it out to be, but let's just say I know of some people that don't look like their dads, and it happens, but it's not in these great numbers that men should be worried about.
That's why we let you up. That's why we let you up here, so you can put the bullshit on the truth. So
I'm talking reality, man.
So we want to be fair and balanced.
I'm telling you,
like
a lot of these grandmamas out here were hoes. They was giving that.
Y'all told me just traditional women didn't kick it like that. That's what y'all told me.
I disagree with that, BMU. I'm just trying to say, forget about generational shit. I'm talking about across the goddamn board.
But I'm talking about
traditional women weren't. No, they weren't. They wore skirts down to their ankles. They weren't like that. No.
What I'm saying is Tyler Perry's double nickels. He's 55 years old. He found out 6 years ago the man that whooped his ass, he wanted a connection with his whole life, was never his daddy.
There's a 5-year-old boy that has the same story. So I'm not. What I'm saying is, let's not put it on a generation. That shit goes across the board. It's been that way since the beginning of time. Women have, even in the caveman days, right? The woman always went to the man who was the top-notch fucking guy. That doesn't mean she didn't get some pussy to somebody else. So all I'm just trying to say is we got to stop trying to make these distinctions by generation. We have a natural kind of thing. Women have a natural inclination to cleave to the man who is what they think is the superior man. That shit is true across all generations.
Now, Arpain, I do want to tell Easy Money he inspired this show tonight. Shame ain't working on the hoes or the bros who support them. There's no shame in E Money's game when he's supporting these hoes. So I just wanted him to know, thank him for inspiring and planting a seed for tonight's subject. I appreciate you.
So let me ask you this: when you say that I'm supposed to be ashamed of supporting these hoes, what does that mean?
What it means is that you, no matter what, you will defend these hoes with the last breath in your body. Matter of fact, you ain't just defending the hoes, you defending the niggas from the dudes from aisle 5 at Walmart as well. Now, everybody know commonly at Walmart on aisle 5 is where all the sugar is. You not only defending the aisle 5 brothers at Walmart, you're defending these hoes. Because the other day, I want to come and get in. I want to get in my car and my truck and drive my truck down to where you was, right through your garage, and run you up through the house over to the next door neighbor because you were in the chat with all that bullshit and trolling us. All right. I said I was going to cook you, trolling us the other night, defending aisle 5 at Walmart with these tendencies. And so now you're here in the court, and I want to know why you have no shame supporting these hoes and these bros who are aisle 5 at Walmart. Can you explain that to me?
Yeah, people got the right to live how they want to live. I'm not about to judge anybody for kicking it how they want to kick it.
Oh, okay. Okay.
You know what,
So-
Easy Money? The world would not be the same without guys like you, goddammit. Keep it up.
Shame.
Like, it takes a
Payne,
It
are we
takes a
talking
lot of
about
energy.
short and annoying or just his opinion? Which one are you talking about?
Both. You know, hey man, you know what I'm saying? Just keep that shit up,
I just
man.
want to know where
Listen,
the hell.
on my
how the hell
channel,
did
Easy
BMB
Money,
get
I'm gonna go
his
live
picture?
just so we can talk, man, on that.
I love that, RP. You know that.
I'm gonna reach out to you. Shit, don't worry about it.
Okay, listen, we're gonna help. We're gonna help our brother. Okay, but I'm gonna go into this next video, man, because it's important. Get these 2 videos out the way. Here we go. Everybody, get ready with their 30
No. You guys shouldn't go on because you guys should keep talking about this easy money bullshit. Keep talking about it.
Man, that's the quickest Ikene has ever passed the mic.
Hey, Ikene, wait a minute, Ikene.
And probably the only time we're going to agree on something here.
Wait, Ikene, do you have some grievances with Easy Money, the guest of this evening?
I do.
Okay, go ahead. Speak
30 seconds. Go, Ikene.
30 seconds, Ikene. Go ahead.
You know when opinion, when there is a color called yellow. Hold on a minute.
Oh, Ikene, man, you blowing it, man.
I want to first say that the yellow is green. The yellow is. You guys can hear me, right?
Yeah, we can now.
Next.
And then no. And then the color. Somebody said no, it's light yellow. Say no, it's thick yellow. The other one said no.
You breaking up.
Breaking up really
Go out
bad.
and come back in. Go out and come back in.
He's saying something about light skin, man. No, he got to go.
Okay, right.
Damn, Ikene, I was rooting for you, brother.
Oh, man.
All right,
Wow,
let
he
me go ahead
actually
and
got
play
booted
this
for
real
once.
quick, and then I'll play the last one because the last one is really terrible. But listen to this.
Let me ask you this. You looking for a $100,000 wedding?
Yes.
Yes. Why?
I have high standards, and I feel like I shouldn't lower them just because.
Biggest weddings are the shortest marriages. I swear. You know, Kim Kardashian, that dude, 72 days. Took her longer to pick out the dress than it did to be married to him. You know what I mean? You look at, that's just a party. You have that party with, like, on your 25th wedding anniversary, then you could spend that kind of money. $100,000, you never gonna get married, honey. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's the wrong goal. The goal is to have him, like, for 40 years.
Run, brother. Run.
She wants a $100,000 wedding. Trey,
Run,
30
Luke,
seconds.
run.
Go.
Yo, shout out to Judge Lynn Tola, man. Sad that she lost her husband, man. Rest
Yeah,
in peace.
sad. Yeah.
But she's always keeping it 100 with the women. You know what I want? You know what I want for women with these high standards? I want you to have some fucking high standards for yourself. You got high standards for the men, but you ain't never got no damn high standards for that whack ass weave you got on and that terrible ass makeup and you being overweight. Where's your standards for yourself? You got all these standards for everybody else, but you ain't got no standards for yourself. How about you start with yourself first, and then you can put these high standards on these men.
All right, R-Pain, 30 seconds. Go.
You know, I mean, there's no freaking way that women like that should get any airtime. See, I think it's just all for clicks and views. You know, I mean, it's just ridiculous for women to come up, especially black women, talking about this bullshit she's talking about. You know, you have to deserve some kind of goddamn wedding at all. You know how many women never get asked? Who's gonna have a wedding with that hyena for $100,000? For what? She probably doesn't even believe in a marriage vow. Anyway, I'll land it there.
All right, easy money.
Look at this dumb motherfucker.
Yeah, I ain't even saying nothing yet. That's wild. All right. So $100,000 is a lot of money. My wedding and honeymoon were like $3,000 all in, and I was including buying clothes for the groomsmen and stuff. So if it's real, and y'all, you know, about the love life, then she'll marry you in the phone booth. That don't really matter.
Man, that chick ain't
Hey,
real.
we gotta get your seats from
All yours.
They got your seats from the thrift store?
Nah, Macy's.
Oh, okay. All right.
Oh, okay.
You said 3,000 for the whole thing?
You said for the whole wedding.
Wow.
Hey, yo, man, White Castle hamburger is pretty fucking good, man. Shit.
Hey, I used to work at White Castle back in the day. They got some heat.
That is not surprising, Easy Money. That's not surprising.
I agree. I'm not surprised at all. That's why they probably went out.
I ain't hating on you, bro. I worked in a McDonald's for 4 years, bro. So in high school. I ain't upset at you, bro.
Man, forget you.
That was the highest paying fast food in the area. That was $6 an hour.
Hey, look, bro. I'm not mad at you, bro.
No,
high
dude,
school
like,
in my
you
first
gotta make
year
the
of
money
college,
somehow.
man. McDonald's, I ate it every day, and I never gained a
Listen,
pound.
man,
That was
easy
the
money.
crazy thing
I'm
about
on
it.
your side.
My
If you're still
metabolism was
married, you my man.
fire
Mr.
back
Benjamin,
then.
I'm happy for you. Couldn't gain any pounds.
I am.
I didn't gain any weight. All that time I was there, 4 years. I never gained a pound. Eating all that stuff.
But you lost something else instead.
I don't know
We
if I
ain't
was
sounding.
too
You got
fat or
30
what, but I
seconds.
know.
Go.
Yeah, so since we like to do the traditional shit, the 100K got to be paid by her father, right? Because the wedding is paid by her father.
Bars.
So I'm going like this.
Absolutely.
If you ain't got a father, you City Hall, right? And if you got a father, whatever it is, right? Because at the end of the day, it's
City
your mother who gave
City boy.
it is your mother who felt that is your mother that didn't love you enough to keep a man so you can have a great fucking wedding. Done.
That's good, man. We gotta save that.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Bars. All right. And so who we got? Ikane, what are your thoughts? $100,000 wedding.
$100,000 wedding. Come on now. No, you can do $100,000 wedding if you have probably if you have about $1 million in your account. So this is my thing. If you gotta spend 10% of what you have in your account on your wedding. Don't go into a wedding to get into debt. That does not make any goddamn sense. There is a courthouse. Go to that courthouse and get a certificate. Call people. That's what I did. After college, I had maybe like $10,000. I'm not gonna go get into it. Yes, me and my wife said we're not doing that. We went to the courthouse and got people together. We ended up spending like $1,000 the whole day. That's it, or less than that. We went to a restaurant. We paid for it.
Y'all cheap out
Yeah.
here.
Of course, I'm cheap, man.
But Ikane, if your wife says, Ikane, I want us to get remarried, but you have to spend $100,000, what do you tell her?
If I have $1 million, of course I'll blow $100,000. But if I don't have $1 million, she better be paying for that wedding. I'm not paying. I'm not dropping $100,000. I'm sorry. I don't do things to get in debt. It's just like a house. I'm one of those people that don't believe in taking a loan and buy a house and get into a 25 years mortgage. No. If I want to buy, I have properties in Nigeria. Everything that I do, I pay for it. If I'm going to buy a house in America, which is I'm about to buy, I told them in 4 years, that house got to be paid for. If I don't like to own a debt, if I buy a car, I pay off my car in 1 year. After 1.5 years, man, I got to tell you, my credit starts going down because I start becoming delinquent. I don't have that patience to pay for things to pay for shit too long. I don't have that patience, bro. I like to get things off.
I appreciate it, Econate. Grooming and reviews. What are your thoughts? $100,000 wedding. Are you in or you're out?
Oh, I'm out. Be honest, I just had a conversation with several women, and all of them said the same thing to me. It's a waste of money for one day. Like, we can have a small get together, family only family, maybe my church, your church, whatever the case is, and call it a day. You can even rent a dress. That's how cheap I'm gonna be. You don't even have to buy because you're gonna wear it for one day, pay all this money, and never use it again. Makes no sense to me. The $100K, I can put it in a down payment for a house. I think it's more important than a wedding. You can do it one time and nothing else can get out of it. And people are going to eat my food and shit it out and just say thank you and drinking my booze on top of that. So
y'all are rich. $100,000 a down payment. Y'all balling out here.
Hey, I'm PA, dude. The houses got expensive up here. Like the cheapest house is $300K.
Trey, what are your thoughts, Trey? $100,000 wedding, are you in or you out?
First of all, let me say I'm thankful that I'm married to a woman who's completely opposite of that. She told me, like, look, we can either put that money on this house or we can blow it. Basically, I'm trying to feed everybody. That's all I need to hear. We bought a house straight out. It was, if you ever go to Chicago, go to Pullman National Monument, one of the greatest feats you ever probably learn about. Bought a house. It's paid off. I've been living life in luxury ever since. And the fact that people would spend that type of money today, working regular 9 to 5s, it's totally insane. You're going to spend the rest of your life digging yourself out of that debt. You'll probably never recover from that debt. For what a wedding lasts 35 minutes.
Yep.
So just sad that this is where we are. Young women are straight delusional. So hopefully, I don't know. But I'm so thankful that I had a wife who thought like me, and it's been beautiful ever since. I can do what I want. I'm 55. I retired last year, and money is not an object at this point in my life. So I just try to do as most of us would like to do right now, is just save as much as we can to move along to our children and our grandchildren. So when they say Uncle Big Head Ferg, our Grandpa Ferg, is the reason why I'm here. So it's just sad.
All right, Mr. Bennett, $100,000 wedding. What do you tell your wife?
Well, we're not doing it. I mean, certainly my wife's family, they pay for that. Look, I could have went down to the courthouse and did it for $100, no problem. The wedding wasn't significant to me, but I think it's just another case of someone's low self-image and the capitalist system that exploits it. Capitalism said that a wedding ring should be 2.5 months a man's salary. That was a De Beers campaign from back in the day. So all this is just a function of capitalism, just selling women on the dream in terms of what if he loves you, this is what he should be doing for you. So it's coming, but it's all to drive business and revenues and money. Valentine's Day, all these holidays, all these romantic things, while the price of roses go up around that time. It's all a game. It's all just to make money. So you're best not to participate in that system.
All right, Sean Bolden, $100,000 wedding. You in or you out?
I'm absolutely in. Absolutely, I'm paying for that. You know why? Because if I'm thinking to pay for it, that means she can afford it. Wait, before you go, that's because if I'm paying for it, that means she can afford it. I ain't paying for nothing she can't afford her on her own. Otherwise, I ain't saying she a gold digger, but she damn sure dealing with a broke nigga. So if she ain't paying for it, then guess what? It ain't gonna happen. But absolutely, if she want it, she gonna get it because she gonna pay for it.
Absolutely. All right, we ain't signing $100,000 wedding. You in or you out?
I told you, her daddy paying for it, right?
Oh, that's right. You already said it. All right. Absolutely, got you. JT.
This is how I look at that bitch. I'm not marrying you, and especially if she looked like that broad that was on that motherfucker. No, I'm not 100,000, 10,000, 1,000, $100. No. The answer is no. If you brought that shit out your fucking mouth, you ain't the one for me. You crazy in the motherfucker.
Shouldn't we add that to the question list? Like last month, it was all about the restaurants, right? Like women shouldn't go to Cheesecake Factory wasn't enough for women, but certainly the question about how much would you spend on a wedding, wouldn't that solve a lot of our problems? If she's talking about she wants to spend $25,000 enough for a wedding, shouldn't that be the red flag that we just close the door on that? It makes it very simple.
Yeah.
We should have a basic list of questions, and you got to at least meet this criteria before we proceed even further.
I got you, Mr. Bennett.
But it goes to what the honorable Judge Toller said. You need 25 plus years up under your belt before you start talking about a wedding like that. If we gonna redo our vows, that's when I'll be putting the money in. I'll be paying all kind of shit if I got the money. But I'm not about to somebody that is incentive to divorce me. You out your goddamn mind. We gonna go to Justice of Peace, and we gonna see how this work in 6 years, and then we can go and get a little wedding at a chapel or something like that. And then we had a reception in my mama's backyard, and then after that, we got another 6 years. Then we'd go ahead and upgrade from there, and we'd throw a cabaret or something at a hall or something like that, and we'd pay a little bit more money. You got more.
I got a question for you, man. Are you married like 3 times?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Was I married like 3 times?
Yeah. I'm serious too.
No, I'm just saying this is what we gonna do. I mean, at the end of the day,
were you married 3
we
times?
got 12 years in. We got another 18 years that we have in, and then once we got that 18 years in, then we can go ahead and we can get a little, I don't know, we could pay about $5,000 on that right there. I'm not doing that bullshit. You are incentive. You have an incentive to leave me. You need to put some investment in this motherfucking shit. Fuck that. I know I'm gonna give you some bullshit.
JT, that sounds like a job. It sounds like you get a pay increase every 6 years. You know what I mean? It sounds like
performance bonus.
Yeah, right. Loss of performance.
Right, depending on how well you go, depending on how well you do, is how well we're gonna celebrate. One more doggone 6 years, another 6 years. Other than that, I'm not about
These hoes ain't loyal. You gotta find somebody.
I tell you what, you guys are so lucky. At a Greek wedding, you gotta buy plates and have to break them during the wedding. So imagine how many cases of plates you gotta buy.
Yeah, we won't be Greek that day. We just gonna be some black people.
It's hard to break plastic plates, brother.
Oh, I'm sorry. You gotta be
Hey, gentlemen, guess what? I might be one of the guys weddings. Pay for my wedding.
Wait, not plastic. It's hard to tell. You gonna be staring plate.
You say your father-in-law paid for your wedding?
My father-in-law paid for my wedding, man. He paid for everything, man. You know what I was gonna do was digitize my tape. This shit was huge, man. I had a pretty big wedding. I had a pretty nice wedding. It was unbelievable. I mean, it's like almost 40 years. Everybody's still alive. They keep talking about my wedding, man. I had a big ass wedding, and they paid for it all because I was such an awesome son-in-law. But shit. But let me put it to you. I got a clip. When I showed when I was on Monday. I don't know why this shit hit me. This dialogue between this guy who wants to smash this chick, like his name is Trey, and there's a woman who's saying, "I'll let you smash me, but you got to commit to me first." And here's Trey on one side, and it's this Chase woman on the other side. And their dialogue is awesome. There's so many fucking things we could talk about.
Was this the one where they were in England? They're in England?
Yeah, that English. On when I was on, I thought, I made a little tape of it, but I got the link. And I know since we're chopping it up, I think everybody would have a commentary on where he's coming from and where she's coming from. And
the Trigger Mike show.
Huh?
Were we talking about it on the Trigger Mike show? I think I was on that show.
No. It was on our Monday podcast.
Yeah, he did the Monday one. He did it on Monday.
The link in there.
Yeah.
It's I don't know if you want to do that, but it's up to you, BMU. You can look at that. But I just
by the way, he was right.
That was a dope dialogue. Yeah.
She was strong though. She had good points. I gotta give her credit. She had great points.
I don't know if she was see, that's what I said, Trey. I don't know if she was trolling him or not, but she seemed so sincere. Let's just say it's a skit. Let's get that out of the way. The two actors. But the dialogue between the two of them is worthy of discussion because he was a guy, he's a handsome kind of guy, but he looks at women as a piece of steak. I need to stick my dick in the steak to decide whether I want to be with it or not. And she seems like a woman who's got a little bit of chastity and virtue left, saying, I'll let you stick your dick in, but you got to give me some kind of commitment. And their conversation back and forth, I think it's so great.
Well, she got a couple of guys that she does it with. I could get her podcast because I've watched her podcast. She had Myron from Fresh and Fit on there.
The British chick?
Yeah.
Nah,
you
getting them confused, JT. They two different women.
Am I getting them confused?
Yeah, they're two different women. I know you talking about the chick that goes out on all the dates, JT. It's not the same one.
Yeah. Oh, that's not the same one?
No. I put the link in the back chat. I mean, it's up to you. I mean, we don't have to go that direction, but it's not.
Well, Rich, this is the thing. This is the dance, right? This is the dance, right? Who's gonna cave in first? Are you gonna give her the relationship first, or she gonna give you the box first? Which one? This is this back and forth sort of thing that we do. She knows what I want, and I know what she wants. She wants a relationship. I want the box. Who's gonna cave first? And in today's society, majority of the women, they are not even really putting up a fight. They give you the box first.
Right.
They give you the box first.
That's right. That exactly right. So what happened?
Let me ask y'all this: men are in marriage. I believe that men are leaders. I think that the men are leaders. They have the provision. The women are to get on board and move forward. I've heard a lot of you guys on the panel say that before. But I want y'all to hear this simpleton. I'm sorry. Edward here, sitting with his wife, talking. Just listen.
Because I was changing so much, I wanted a different wife in her. Not a different wife, physical wife.
Say it, no louder. For the folks in the back.
I'm like, how did you communicate that with my brother?
I wanted to be more into family and
legacy
and
Black
what I felt was important to carry on, and she wasn't there yet.
When he was evolving as a person, I wasn't there yet. And so I also appreciated the fact that he gave me grace and time to be on my own journey. And he never forced me to evolve at the same pace that he was evolving as a person. And so I think that's also an important part too.
Did y'all hear what he said? He said, I was focusing on the more important things: family, legacy, where we were going. I'm gonna play it one more time.
Because I was changing so much, I wanted a different wife in her. Not a different wife, physical wife.
Say it, no louder. For the folks in the back.
I'm like, how did you communicate that with my brother?
I wanted to be more into family and
legacy
and what I felt was important to carry on, and she wasn't there yet.
When he was evolving as a person, I wasn't there yet. And so I also appreciated the fact that he gave me grace and time to be on my own journey. And he never forced me to evolve at the same pace that he was evolving as a person. And so I think that's also an important part too.
So basically, y'all switch roles. You became the wife, she became the husband. That's my thoughts. We'll start with JT and go back around this way. JT, give me your 30 seconds.
So what I'm hearing from them too is that he wanted family and she didn't. So I probably would need more insight on how they, the origin of their relationship. However,
Yeah, I don't need.
just off of that clip,
I got enough. I got enough from that goddamn clip.
yeah. So based off of that clip, from what I get is that this man, pretty much was kowtowing to everything that she was actually,
Yeah,
what
but he
she
was
was
headed
doing.
in the right direction. He was headed in the right direction.
Yeah,
He was headed. He said it. He said, "I wanted family, provision. I'm all the important things." And she said, "No, but thank you for giving me grace and letting me go down my journey." So basically, we focusing on what the fuck you want to do. You're not focusing on family and legacy.
Yeah, that part right there where I was just looking like, no, you behind the power curve, because if they were married and he had to wait for her to get to where she was trying to get to, it wouldn't have lasted. I would, especially when we talk about something that is actually the purpose is to have family, legacy. All these, what are we married for if that's not what's happening? I
Right.
could have
He
just
said the thing. Yeah, he said the things I felt that were important. I don't know.
Yeah.
You know what? I don't want to have to wait until we go through it. I got the answer.
Yeah, go ahead,
now,
Lost.
man. I got the answer right now.
I've seen it on you, Doc. I've seen the spirit
I've
on
been
you. Go ahead.
waiting. I've been waiting. Listen, I got this idea.
Go ahead, sit down.
Listen, I got this idea.
He didn't turn red and everything.
Listen. Y'all follow me now. Walk with me now. Like that last video that we just saw. Well, to me, it seems like these brothers really didn't have a choice. So I got this idea called guerrilla engagement. Okay. So what happens is when we get these women start talking about, I want $100,000 wedding. I ain't there yet. What we do is we have guys in black suits step in, put a bag over these other women's heads, move them off to the side, bring in another bride for this man because he can't find no options. So we bring the bride into him and say, here's your new bride. You know what I'm saying? This is who you're going to marry. She's already been vetted. She's ready to go. She's on your program. Here you go, sir. Here's your new bride. And then the other lady, we give her a 6-pack of kittens for her old lady with cat lady kit, and she going about her business. That's the only reason why these guys is putting up with this mess. It's too many women out here that's ready to get married and to get on your program. The problem is they don't know where to find these men. I'm pretty sure there are plenty of women who would love to be this guy's wife. And they over here finagling, and I don't know about that. Nope. Don't worry about it. We got it. Guerrilla engagement coming to you in a city near you.
30 seconds, Trey. Go ahead, Trey. What's your thoughts?
Well, Aaron's playing career was trash. I mean, he played for the Jacksonville Jaguars, and he wasn't really that good. So it makes sense. She was an Olympic track star, right? She's an Olympic track star. So it made sense that she would be more focused on her career. She can covertly say that, I wasn't ready. No, you weren't ready because you were focused on your career, and he was focused on family. So I agree with you, Black man. I think the roles were reversed, and listen, this is the state. This is where we at. There are a lot of guys who are acquiescing to women these days. They are just willing to okay, I'll do it. You want to go be an Olympic athlete? Go right on ahead. I'll take care of the family. I'll do this. This is where we're at, and they are willing to follow the women. And good for them. I'm glad it seems to be working, but I don't think that's the recipe. It's certainly not one I would follow.
Right,
Mr. Bennett.
Honestly, I didn't find a lot wrong with it for these reasons. One, I think as a man, we're talking about holding men accountable. That's what you signed up for. You didn't go into that relationship requiring those things. He said he evolved, and it came to a point, I don't know when, maybe it was as her track career wound down,
when she cussed his
that he
ass out.
decided that he wanted to have the family and all that. But that's what you signed up for. But what I like about it is that, again, sometimes we think about these relationships and how they got to kind of stay the same all the time. They were able to come to a point where they were able to come to a common agreement that, okay, now it's time for us to start this family and have this thing. And that's one thing I have to give credit for, because a lot of marriages wouldn't survive that. Like, I know, literally, I was hanging out with a buddy. We were watching the Steelers game over the weekend. He broke up with his girl because he was adamant that he did not want to get married nor have children. And she was good with that and they were together 9 years. They literally just broke up a few months ago. But she, their friends started getting married, And she started looking at her biological clock and whatnot, and she changed her mind. And he was like, no. And they bounced. So again, the fact that they were still able to, and I know they weren't married, but the fact that this couple was able to work it out to come to, an agreement. It may not be what we would like, but people do evolve. And the elasticity that allowed them to stay together, I have to applaud that to a certain extent. I do. But he didn't require it, so I can't, hold him saying, "Oh, well, you messed up because you never required it to begin with."
All right. What are you thinking? Let's see. We ain't signing.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with Mr. Bennett. He signed up for that. Well, first of all, I got to. Our Payne said something about 70% of Jamaicans have paternity fraud. So the first thing this nigga needs to do is get a paternity test if he's Jamaican. Then after that, I agree with Mr. Bennett, where he signed up for it. And I mean, at the end of the day, if she's an Olympic athlete, she's going to have ambition, because this type of stuff and condition, you're preparing as in your childhood to get to the Olympics. So you signed up for that. So, when he wanted the family, if she wasn't ready, that's on him. Now, again, right, they were able to compromise and come to an agreement. So that's good. So they have good communication and crisis management skill solving. So yeah, I will have to say I'm in agreement, except for he just did a DNA test, but everything else is all good.
Payne, they say they thought you was a stripper, dog.
So am I up next anyway? Listen.
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't, first of all, he should have never married her in the first place.
Bars.
Because the things that they talked about should have been hashed out before they even got together. Right? If she's not ready for family, don't marry her. That's the thing. If it's an issue, why marry a woman going in with an issue? Not there's anything wrong with her. You have to pass judgment. But you can't marry people if you're going in with fundamental issues. If you want legacy and family and the chick doesn't, or vice versa, then that's not a match. That's not a marriage that should be made. It's as simple as that. Everything. That's why we complicate shit, And so you got to find somebody who's equally yoked or at least in the same mind frame as you are, or else don't marry them. Or half the divorces and all that shit is because most of those marriages shouldn't happen in the first place. And that's just what I believe. Because like men, we'll get enamored with a woman, we'll fucking romantic. We'll get romantic and all that kind of stuff. And women are always practical. They are. Even if they are emotional and all that, when it comes to a man, is what can you do for me? That's why I reject this whole thing about partnership and all that kind of shit. We're not partners. Because women expect much more from us than we ever expect from them. Whether they say it or not, we're not partners. And so you're my wife, I'm your husband, and we're not partners. Because if we were partners, then we go 50-50. If you're not willing to do that, then just shut the fuck up and listen to what I got to tell you. And so I'm not, I think we get it wrong. Men, since most men have a scarcity mindset, we can't let go of the woman who's willing to at least give us attention. That's one of the problems that we have as men. And we need to get over that shit. Because there's always more women out there, but somehow we don't believe that shit. I found this one. It took me 8 years to find her. And the only thing I have in women's favor, and I'm going to shut up on this one, don't ever let a man waste your goddamn time.
Yeah.
Any woman who's in a relationship with a man for 4, 5, 8 years, that shit, they should sue the hell out of that fucking guy if he doesn't commit to her. Because her biological clock is half gone because of this asshole. And I tell women all the time, listen, it don't take more than a few good months for a man to decide whether he wants to keep you forever. So if he's stringing your ass along, busting your ass out, man, busting those cheeks and shit, having you do all that shit, then after 8 years, he decides that you ain't no good, and the other chick, that fucking guy is committing fraud. So listen, ladies out there, the 2 ladies in the goddamn fucking chat. If you were going with a guy for 5 years and you 30 years old, get the hell out of that shit. Get out. That's my thing. He's wasting your time. He's blowing your biological clock. If he ain't willing to commit to you, he's stringing your ass along and he's going to break your goddamn heart. That's all I got to say.
Tim, stop blowing your back out. Trey, let's go, man. What you got next, man?
I mean, it just goes to show to me, like, how men have that type of grace and empathy towards women, you know, because she said that he allowed her to go through whatever she was going through to get to a certain point. I think if the roles were reversed, then they wouldn't even be having that conversation, because if she feel like her clock was running and she was on this path and he said that, then she probably would have bounced on him and it wouldn't be the same. I just think it speaks for us that we are, you know, very empathetic. We are very caring, and we are very, you know, inspiring, because he definitely had to inspire her. But it's just scary that, you know, we have these conversations and we are made to be together. That's my big thing. I feel like we're made to be together as a group. I just think that the ideologies are being pushed in one direction, and it's not made to balance it out, because we see it in our communities, we see it in our children, you know. But I believe with our pain, you know, we know within 90 days, like, yeah, I can do this with her. You know, it may take something to show down the road, but for the most part, Trey, let me back up. Let me go back a few years then, because of course it's totally different today. But it could, you know, it was a time that was my thing. If a guy's if he's been with you longer than 2 years, he's not gonna marry you. Simple as that. He's gonna play you until he can't play you no more. And when he leave, you ain't gonna get no warning, you ain't gonna get no note, you ain't gonna get nothing. He's just gonna be gone, and you're gonna be stuck in that space for the rest of your life.
That's right. Thank you for the box.
Man ain't shit, whatever. So be careful on both sides. So yeah.
Come on, Mr. Bennett, save us, man. I'm saving Trey for last.
I
think I made a point earlier. I honestly, I didn't find too much wrong with this, because again, I don't think he went into the relationship requiring it. He was willing to be partner or whatever, or just focus on career. But things change. Like I said, my friend, again, the lady, she changed her mind. And I think a lot of times when we talk about marriage, and a lot of times in these spaces, it's almost like the woman you marry or the man that you marry is going to be the same person until death. And life just doesn't happen that way. People, you know, you have to adjust for those things. You might have went in, both guys said, oh, I want to have a big family and all that. And then one decides that, it may not even be your choice. You might not be able to have kids. So what do you do in that situation? Do you just leave him or her because they can't produce at that particular point? We got to understand, marriage is not a static thing. It's something you're going to have your ebbs and flows, and how do you stay agile to go through those times when people may diverge? How do you get back together? I think we need to spend some time talking about that. How do you can sustain something over time? But but with us, it's like, yeah, and again, I think part of it is how I think men versus women look at marriage. I think, again, the woman that we marry, like I said, when you make that decision, I can marry her or whatever, we're totally happy with that woman at that particular time. Women, on the other hand, I think they look at the potential of what the person can be. So when a woman talks about, well, I'm going to marry the man of my dreams, you're talking basically about marrying the man of your potential. So you see your man in this position 5, maybe 10 years from now. With guys, it's like, the way you are right now, don't change. All right. The way you giving it up sexually, the way you look, the way you whatever, don't change a thing. And we're just good with that. So I think how men and women look at this situation is just very different, But if we put a ring on your finger, we're like, this can stay the same way forever, and I'll be totally happy with it. But with them, it's like they're looking for some other things. So I think that's a point I don't think we talk about enough in these spaces. But honestly, like I said, I have no problem with them being able to stick together and work out something. It may not be perfect or ideal, but it's working. And I think, you know, I'll take any marriage that is working at this point, given the scarcity of it today.
Hey, Mr. Bennett, before Trey goes, it'd be good to expand on the conversation you just had. Because the only pushback I would have is that I don't believe that women have that kind of foresight. I really don't. Except from the standpoint that I don't disagree with what you said, but women might look at your potential as long as the beginning part of what you have will sustain her need for your provision. They might look for more, but you at the very least have to have the provision that they're looking for. And I think women are always more practical from the beginning and through the marriage than you are, than a man is. And we don't notice that because we're willing to do anything we can for the women that we love. That's what I think. And whether they acknowledge
I don't think you're too far off our opinion with that, but I'm just going what I've seen. Like if you could be a man making in the top 10%, but if your woman thinks that you should be in the top 5%,
right?
It's like a lot of times how she looks at you is different. I think Trey made a point a couple weeks ago talking about she may dry up. You know what I mean? In terms of how she looks at you, if you're not meeting what her ideal is, if you are a manager, but she thinks you need to be vice president or you need to be running your own company or whatever it is, it's like they have these ideas of how they see us a lot of times, and if it doesn't meet that expectation, they just look at us different. I mean, again, and the fact that 80% of women are filing for divorce, a lot of times they'll leave a marriage, and it's not because the guy is bad, but he's just not. Like he's just not doing it for me anymore, and that's the justification.
No. Wait, hold on for a second. Wait, hold on before you go. I agree with you, but that's not a man's problem.
I agree.
That's the fallacy in the woman.
Absolutely.
Right? And so all I'm saying is, forget about the details that other people got to go. I think that's worthy of a broader discussion, and maybe not right now, but I just think we should talk about something like that. Of expectations a little bit more on a different kind of panel, whether it's a Tuesday or what, because I think it needs to be said, because I'm not saying you and I are that far off.
No.
Except that I'm just saying that where's the point at where, as a man, that you need to put up with that kind of bullshit, and can you predict the kind of woman that is before you actually say I do? Because she's got to show signs.
Other people got to talk. Other people got to talk. You guys, both are doing too.
It's not even your turn anyway, Hekane. It's not your turn.
I know, but I've been waiting forever.
I'm finished, man. I'm finished, Hekane. Go ahead, man. Don't complain. Just do it. Go.
Trey, it's your turn, right, Trey?
No, just go.
Go ahead. Okay, this is what I gotta say. This is what I gotta say, right? To say what Bennett just said. There is a reason why God created divorce. When God created marriage, he created divorce. I don't know what anybody's talking about. Divorce is not a bad thing. If a woman is going to push you to your death, get rid of her. If she's going to make you too ambitious that you know you're not built for, get rid of her. That's why when God created marriage, he created divorce too. And he said, sign the paper and let her go. So I'm sick and tired of men trying to do all this forever, and to death do us part. That's a Western Christian invention. There is nothing in life that you have to go into contract with somebody, and the day you decide you don't want the contract, they say, "Oh no, you can't dissolve the contract until death do you part." That's the greatest lie that I've ever been told. That's a bullshit. So what I'm trying to say in essence is this, right? Men have no reason to change. Women have no reason to change. If you have an agreement before the union and you both agree that you're not going to have kids, right? Stick to it. If you're going to have to change your mind 9 years later or 10 years later or 15 years later and say, okay, you know what? I want to have a child. Get away from the relationship because you already made a covenant or an agreement with the other person that You don't want a child. So what you got to do, you move out and go look for a man that wants a child, and you start having a child. Any woman that should go into an agreement with a man about not having kids when she's in her 20s it has some screw up in her head. Because that man might be okay with it. But you as a woman, nature has always made it that 95% of women procreate and only 45% of men do it. It's inherent in a man's nature not to really procreate, because very few men have already procreated throughout history. And most women, by huge number, have always procreated. That is why polygamy was there. So Western invention dissolved polygamy in the West. I don't know if it's really dissolved, because people are still having 3, 4, 5 kids with 3, 4, 5 women. But they're not getting married. It's still polygamy to me. But what I'm saying in essence is this, right? Very few men are supposed to procreate, and that's what is still going on today. Most men don't procreate, but most women do. So if you're a woman out there and you think, I love this guy, I like the way we bang, the way we kick it, I'm just going to go with this idea of not having a child, you are down out of your goddamn mind.
So I
don't get into that. Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Questions? All right, so again, but the guy, he signed up for that, though. You said if the woman doesn't want to have kids on the outset, there's something wrong in the head, but he chose, though. Men choose. So that's what I'm saying. The fact that he made the choice, he's got to deal with that choice. Would you agree with that?
Exactly. I agree with that. He made the choice. He has to deal with it, but she's not supposed to be agreeing to that choice, because that's his choice. What she should have done from the beginning, from the onset, and said, no, that's your choice. I want kids. Because women...
But he didn't say, but again, he did not... Oh, you're saying she should never say that she doesn't want kids?
She should never have agreed with him not to have kids. She should have bailed out from the very beginning.
But she didn't want kids
I
either.
said it.
She didn't want kids.
But years later, she changed her mind, right?
Well, he changed his mind first, and then over time, she then changed her mind. Neither one of them wanted kids on the outset. That seemed to be clear on the outset.
So who changed the mind first? The guy?
He did.
He did change his mind, and she didn't want.
Correct.
And later on, she changed her mind, and he didn't want anymore.
She didn't. Right. She changed her mind that she wanted kids.
Okay, but he first changed his mind. So he first changed his mind, right? But she changed her mind later too that she wanted a child. He first changed his mind that he wanted a child. Later on, she changed her mind that she wanted a child, right?
Yes.
They're both sick motherfuckers.
Can I ask you one more question before, and I'll pass it on to someone else? So like I said, there's going to be, you can go into a marriage, both of you agreeing that you want children, but one of you, for whatever reason, either you're shooting blanks or she's infertile, one or the other. Do you think that is grounds for divorce?
It's a ground for divorce. It's a ground for divorce.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a pure ground for divorce. But guess what? Like I tell people all the time, divorce for infertility is not really a good idea, but it's a ground for divorce. But God also made it this way that if you so much love the woman, you don't have to divorce, get a second wife. That's why God created polygamy. The West dissolved polygamy, but God created it so that way the first wife don't have to go. She can still stay in that house, but a second wife, a third wife can then do the whole thing that they got to do to have kids. I don't believe that if a woman should go away from marriage for a fault that is not hers. I don't believe in that.
Let me get this right. Let me get this right. Because I swear, Ekene, you're not on this. You're not on this.
Please, you go first, Mila. I got something to say after you.
Let me make sure I get this right. A woman enters into a marriage, and she finds out she can't have kids, and your solution to that problem is to bring another woman in who can have kids, and think that this woman's going to be okay with that. That's your answer.
Okay, no, that's not my answer. the woman.
Other cultures do that all the time.
I don't give a fuck what other countries are doing. But let's go. Let's discuss America.
Unless you're in Utah. Unless you're in Utah.
Okay, good. No. I'm gonna answer to America. I'm gonna answer to America. In America, right? Yes, the first wife might not be okay with it. Fuck that shit. She don't have no legacy to answer to. She has no legacy to answer to. You know why? Because women will shame men into not having a legacy. The legacy is not of the woman. If she's barren, she's barren. A man wants a legacy, right? So you as a man, if she says no, I am not okay with that, get the fuck out of my house.
No, actually, you're wrong. Listen, Trey, the question is a great question.
It's a great question. I agree with that.
No, hold on. Actually, before you go, Trey, you're absolutely right. But you'd be surprised that if a woman's with you and she can't have kids, and you went to her and said, listen, I have to have a legacy, I would say that there's a percentage of women who won't mind you doing that because she can't give you kids.
Okay, what's the
no, we don't have to go down the
No, we do. We need to quantify it. Because you guys
that's what I'm saying.
We talking about that.
All right, can I jump in here a second? I'm sorry, Trey. Let me jump in here.
No.
I actually have experience.
No. You just said some absolute bullshit, and you need to quantify it. If you're telling me that women are okay with this, I need to see the facts.
I didn't say that. I did not say that, Trey.
Because there's no way.
Trey, most women are not going to be okay with it.
Hang on. This is what I mean when I say that you guys are out of touch.
No,
you
that's
are out
nothing
of
to do with
touch.
time.
You're out of yes, it does. In today's society, these selfish ass women are not putting up with another woman coming in their house and having the babies that they couldn't have. That don't make no fucking sense, bro.
Hey, Trey said they can't even handle birthday parties, let alone another woman.
No, you're not going to marry that kind of chick. You're not going to marry that kind of chick.
Trey,
before everybody jumps in,
let me say something real quick.
I don't know about
you know what, man? Look, the world is bigger than America.
One mic, y'all. One mic.
I think women are more accommodating to a man that provides than you guys.
We ain't signing. You got next.
I'm serious. No, I'm not saying it's perfect. I'm not saying it's 100%. You listen. If you have a woman, right, and she can't provide you children, you don't have to guilt trip her, but you can have the conversation. If she says no, then that's the end of it.
Where are the facts?
Let me just finish. I'm not sure that's
y'all drag this shit on and on. Where are the facts? Where are the facts?
I'm finished, Trey. I just don't know if that's 100%.
There are no facts to prove that women are okay with this shit. None.
I say they're okay. I say
right.
woman.
Trey's 100% right.
A percentage of women.
What percentage?
I say maybe 25 to 50%.
Can I hop in now?
So it's conjecture. You're just making it up. You have no facts. It's just your opinion.
Conjecture. Trey, but you know what my facts are? There's at least 50% of women who agree with polygamy.
We ain't signing. Come on, we ain't signing.
All I'm gonna say is this, man. Like, look, the world is bigger than America, right? And if you guys haven't known, the Passport Bros is the hottest thing on the planet. So if y'all are still on some American women bullshit, y'all out of touch. And I'll leave it at that.
Go ahead, Groman, because we're in America. Nobody gives a shit.
Yeah, because I was in a relationship.
You got to know that Trey's fought for this country, right? And Trey is hardcore American soldier that believe in nothing but America.
No,
enjoying the American modern woman.
It has nothing to do with my affiliation with the military. I'm not the only military person on this panel, so it has nothing to do with it. It has everything to do with the context of the conversation. This conversation is rooted in.
I said you're a hardcore, bro.
It doesn't matter about the other countries. And at the end of the day, we got to stop talking out our ass and coming up with bullshit when you ain't got no quantifiable stats. You're just making shit up. Ain't no fucking woman putting up with that bullshit. You're not bringing another bitch. You're not bringing another bitch in the house to have the kids she couldn't have.
You don't have to come to that.
You're not going. Not if she's worth her salt. I gotta agree with Trey, dog. Not if she's worth her salt.
Both of you motherfuckers are wrong. You know what I'm saying?
So hang on a second, because I actually have experience in this shit.
Come on,
I was with a woman that could not have kids because she passed her menstrual cycle, clock, whatever you want to call it. So we end up leaving each other. So we end up breaking up because she really knew if I wanted a kid like I did, she was not going to have another kid, another woman in my house, because if she didn't find out I was sleeping with another woman, she would chop my goddamn fucking dick off. She even said it. She would bobby me completely. And I'm not even joking here. The Dominicans are goddamn crazy. That's my second.
Because you guys are soft.
What the hell are you talking about? You really think a woman is gonna let you fuck another woman in your fucking bed without chopping your fucking dick off? You're on drugs then, buddy.
Man, I'm gonna ask her to leave, man. If she gotta leave the house, I gotta get another woman. She can't be there. She's just not gonna be there.
That's
I don't know what you guys are talking about. Guess what? If she can't give me what I want, she gotta leave my goddamn house.
You're just gonna throw her on the street like a piece of shit.
Nobody's arguing your ability to leave. If you want to leave, then leave. That's not what you said. You said bring another woman in. That's not happening, bruh.
You know, maybe you misunderstood me. I got you. You misunderstood me. That's okay.
No, you misunderstand yourself because you just be babbling. If y'all motherfuckers were concise and to the fucking point, we wouldn't have these fucking problems.
Hey, Trey, let me ask you a question. How do you explain polygamy? If a woman could agree to polygamy with a guy having 2 or 3 wives, how are you gonna tell me she won't agree? Is that to him popping up another fucking chick who can have a baby?
Is that the majority of marriages?
Doesn't it consider that the majority of marriages? Open relationship?
Hang on, Grooms. Is that the majority of marriages, Rich?
At least 25% women.
No, it's not the majority of marriages. So most people who get into marriage are monogamous.
Well, can I say this? What you're saying is true. Wait.
Let us finish the conversation.
Okay, let me jump in because your point is.
Let us finish the conversation. The majority of people who get into marriages are monogamous. They do not want to share. And you guys keep acting like we don't live in a country that has the most selfish women probably of any fucking country.
Okay. Now, can I jump in, seeing that you were sitting there saying it's impossible?
I never said it's impossible.
Well, then stop. Well, you're saying that it doesn't exist. Your words were that it doesn't happen, and that's not true. It doesn't.
It's not happening. Show me.
It does happen. Listen, I'm gonna tell you. It ain't no facts. Listen. You're talking. Okay, well then shut up and listen. Be quiet. Listen. I'm gonna tell you.
I don't care about your opinion. I don't want your opinion.
I have a factual person who's.
Put it in the back chat. I don't want to hear
one mic, y'all.
Okay. And this is the bullshit you're doing. I'm telling you right now.
You can't be Trey. You can't be Trey. Just let Trey talk, man. It's a waste of time. It's a waste of time, bro.
Trey, you ain't listening. I know you don't give a fuck, but nobody give a fuck. Okay, great. If you be quiet.
No, you don't.
Can you be quiet?
Trey, you can't change other people's culture and people can't change your culture. That's okay. That's fine. That's fine.
Trey,
you can't change my culture. I can't change yours.
Put the link in the back.
You're strong and wrong. I ain't giving you no link. You ain't giving me no link. You ain't giving me no facts. You're not giving me no facts. You're telling me your opinion. So be quiet with it. I don't want to hear your opinion if you don't want to hear mine.
I don't want to hear your fucking opinion.
Okay, so cool. So it's your opinion. You ain't. You did not. And you're sounding like bullshit. And you're sounding like bullshit. And you're sounding. Trey, what facts did you present? What facts did you present, Trey? You didn't. First off, there ain't nothing.
I'm contesting the facts.
Okay, once again, no, you're sitting here arguing.
I don't need the facts.
Yo, Trey, you're sounding like a little kid now.
You keep saying my
You're
name
sounding like a little kid now. You're sounding like a little kid now.
Stop saying my name like
You're
a little
sounding
bitch.
like a
You keep
little
saying my
kid
name like a
now.
woman,
You're
bruh.
sounding
Where
like
the
a little
facts?
kid now.
Where are the facts?
You're sounding like an emotional kid.
Do you have any facts?
I haven't been able to talk.
Where's the link? Put the link in the
Guys, stop arguing. It doesn't make sense. No one of you is gonna win this argument. No.
That's a mess.
Motherfucker, I was looking for that shit, lost. I couldn't find it.
I got you. You being point guarded by the best today, sir.
It's all love, man. Go ahead, Sean. Go ahead.
Can we just move forward? Can we just
Okay.
move? But
Can I just say this? Can I just say this? The fact is, I could bring somebody up right now who's doing it. I could bring their wife up right now who's doing it. I could bring a lot of women up right now who wouldn't mind doing it. Is that fact enough for you?
No, motherfucker, you idiot. It's not a fact. That's anecdotal.
Yo, you gonna ease up off of this idiot shit. You gonna ease up off of this idiot shit. You gonna ease up off this idiot shit. Okay. And you sound like
I asked you for facts, and your answer is I can bring somebody up.
You're sounding like you're sounding like you're gonna ease up off of the idiot shit because somebody.
There is no.
You're gonna.
No fucking research. You just
neither
making
one of
shit
you
up.
have facts. We just move on. Neither one of you are presenting facts, so let's just move on.
That's my point.
Again, another fucking retard. I'm not presenting any facts because I'm challenging the facts.
Bro.
You ain't got no facts.
In a debate, hold on, dumb.
You're yelling a lot. That's what you're doing.
In a
I'm
debate,
challenging
if you
you.
want to
Fucking idiots come up on these panels.
if you want to refute
I
an
know
assertion,
somebody.
it's called counter evidence.
Doing it right now.
It's called
That sounds
counter
like women. That's the
evidence.
same shit the fucking women say.
It calls
I
counter
know
evidence,
somebody
bro.
right now
You need
making an
evidence
argument
for
for the fucking minority. Show me the fucking
Ain't nobody.
facts. Put the link.
Hold on. Let me get some water, y'all. Everybody mute.
You need.
All right, everybody mute.
You need evidence to refute an assertion. You're an idiot.
Everybody mute. Mute. One of the things that we have to say is this: it is not common by any measures here in the West. It's not common at all. So when you have people that's actually doing it, they are a very small minority. Very small minority. And the way the shit is looking right now, the shit is failing just like monogamous relationships are failing also. So when we're bringing up these anecdotal experiences, it throws the conversation far left. We already understand you got some people that's trying to practice that shit, but that shit is not a common thing. As a matter of fact, it's looked down on by women, by the droves. They're not trying to have another bitch in your fucking house with them. You can't even get these hoes to get along with each other when they thinking another bitch is out there fucking with you. So we can get past all that bullshit. That's some bullshit right there. That polygamous shit is not working over here in the West at all. Most people don't even understand it. All you got is a bunch of people fucking each other. That's basically it. And going on multiple dates and eating and fucking and sleeping and then they break up. That's how that shit go.
Open orgies. That's
Well. First off, that's not what the case is that I'm referring to, and I agree that it's a minority. What I was disputing was the fact that he said it doesn't exist, and it does. And I'm not saying that it exists majority. I'm not saying that there's a lot of people in this country who can agree with. Men can't even agree with it. So why would women agree with it? Men can't even come up with the responsibility that it takes to embrace that whole concept. We can't even afford it. That's why it's not that popular.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not disputing that it's not a majority. I agree with that. But if you can afford it, once again, if you can afford it, and you go and present it to a lot of these hungry, selfish women that you're describing who are only superficial, it can definitely and has definitely been happening, especially now more days than it has in the past. It's becoming much more acceptable.
Well, it still goes to the point where it's not where they're accepting, the it from a traditional standpoint. They're trying to do it. It goes to what I'm just saying. It's about a bunch of motherfuckers fucking, eating, and then they break the fuck up.
No, it's about wait. That's not what it's about. It's about women in need of wanting to be taken care of superficially, and a man being able to provide it. And if a man is able to provide it honestly and if he's able to provide it honestly and openly, which is what I'm sharing with you, the experiences that I have witnessed. I'm not into polygamy. I don't want it. I'm not even saying that I agree with it. I'm just saying that I have seen it exist, and it definitely is something that a lot of us Western men can embrace because we can't even afford it. We've been conditioned not to have it, and so have our women. So I get it. It came from a whole other culture.
He wasn't saying it as an absolute. What he was saying was, it's not a thing. It's not a fucking thing.
Can we
but hang on, but isn't the Mormon sister wife concept, isn't that what that's about?
Keep mentioning absolutes. Nobody's talking about absolutes though, JT.
No, I was just explaining. No, I was explaining to him because he said said that it's not. He said it doesn't exist. What I'm saying was if we understand it's no absolute. What he was saying was that it's not a thing. It's not a fucking thing.
I have a question though.
I wanted to hear what Mr. Bennett had to say. He was also speaking on something.
No, I was just saying, we talk about the West and whatnot. I mean, Mormons may be an exception. I know it's not every Mormon's into polygamy, but certainly that whole concept of sister wives and stuff, that stuff does happen underground in that state or in that, in some of those cultures. So it's not totally absolved of the West, but there are, conservative groups who have practiced it for those very reasons. That's all. That's all.
I have a question. Can we stay focused? This conversation was about barren women who couldn't have kids, and then Akhenaten took it into polygamy. The fact of the matter is that there are no quantifiable stats and or research that shows that women who cannot have kids are perfectly okay with bringing another woman into to fulfill.
Nobody said that.
And there's no quantifying facts that says opposite that.
Sean,
hang on a second.
Nobody said anything about perfect. Listen, can I say this before everybody goes crazy? Listen, if my wife couldn't have children, right? Let's just say, hypothetical, and I went to her and say, listen, I want to have a legacy. She has the right to say yes or no. It has nothing to do with hypotheticals. I can ask the question, and she can say no, and then we move on. This whole thing, we're arguing about shit. She could say, you know what, honey, you know what, for you, I'll do that. As long as it's IVF or something like that. Listen, the point is the fact that we're arguing whether you could even ask a woman that is crazy. I can ask my wife that. A guy says, listen, I want to be married to you. I don't want to leave you, but I want to have a legacy for my future. Can I do this? She can say no, but that doesn't stop you from asking. Forget about polygamy. Right? There's men who ask their wives, can they have fucking menage a trois? There's men who ask all kinds of shit. And that's the only thing we're saying. So listen, I'm not saying it's going to be a thing, but that doesn't stop me from asking her. And it doesn't stop your wife from asking you for some shit if your dick can't get hard. Right? I mean, listen, I'm just saying, what kind of conversations do we have with our spouse? And those are the kind of things. Listen, we don't have to agree, but the thing that's great is if you have a close enough relationship, you should be able to talk to your spouse about any fucking thing.
So, Mr. Payne, what you were saying though, you saying that you said it as long as it's an IVF.
Don't forget about the detail, JT. I'm saying the issue is, are you willing to bring that fucking question to your woman, whatever it is? And if
if I was at that level, I can agree with that. Yes.
That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Let me ask another question here. What happens if it's the other way around? Like, if the woman want to do that, are you gonna be okay with her sleeping with another guy?
Forget about okay. If she comfortable enough to come to me with that.
No, she did. Me personally, I wouldn't be okay with it.
And that's
but
what
most women, but most women,
That's what you say. So that's all. I get what Fade is saying is present the question.
Most women, whether you're okay with it or not, they're going to do it. They'll just fuck another dude and be like, "This is your kid." Most women are going to do it.
Well, you can always take a DNA test. If she says I'm gonna do it anyway, then you leave the fucking bitch.
Yeah, but I
have the right to do that too. I know some religions. I think Muslim is one of them. They can have 20 wives, and that's their religion. In my religion, Orthodox Christian, no, it doesn't happen like that.
And Trey's correct that it's never going to be a prevalent thing in the West. But the question has nothing to do with where we are. It has to do with what kind of relationship you have with your spouse. And if you're too afraid, I mean, why live a life? Listen, we know people who have divorced, like Franklin, the punk with his woman. What's that? Megan.
Oh, you talking about the basketball player with the strip bitch?
No, Franklin with his wife Megan Good. He wanted kids.
Oh yeah. Okay.
And he waited 10 years for her. And she says, you know what? After 10 years, when her biological clock was getting ready to close, I'm still not ready. That's why he divorced her. The fact that he came out with those stupid sermons is because he's a broken man. But the fact is, he waited 10 years for this chick. He's an asshole.
So I definitely agree with that, man. You have to know where you stand at, Mr. Payne. I understand exactly what you're saying. At some point, you have to be transparent with your woman. You have to be brave enough to have every conversation, including these. And so I get that. I get that.
I would also add to that also.
A woman won't hesitate to ask you, right? She wouldn't ask, like if the roles were reversed, she would not hesitate to ask, like, okay, hey, I want a kid. What are the options? Let's do this, do that. Like, she definitely would not hesitate. So I get his point, because roles reversed, this wouldn't even be fear to ask or not like that. She'll just upfront ask you. And then make her decision, which probably will be have a kid with another dude and tell you it's yours. But yeah, she wouldn't even. There would be no fear in asking you that. So he's right. Our Payne is right about that.
This was never about asking. We keep moving the fucking goalposts. Now we're talking about asking. I'm not
talking about what you're talking about. I'm talking about what he's talking about.
Ekene made a statement. The statement was, you get another woman. That's what he said.
He did say that.
He made.
I'm not talking about that. I'm just saying he's right about that.
Now we're talking about whether or not you have the conversation with her. Get the fuck out of here.
I'm about the conversation. I hear you, Trey. I was about the conversation.
We moved past that, bro. Move on. We moved past that.
Let me ask y'all a question. Some of these questions, man, are nuanced. I heard somebody said that this woman was an Olympic athlete. Is that correct?
Gold medalist.
She ran
gold medalist. What's the window for women's Olympics?
25,
early 30s.
Done by 25.
Done by 25.
Yeah.
She went longer. I think she got into her 30s. She might have been like in her early 30s.
Her and Allison Felix are anomalies.
The average you're done by 25.
Typically done by 25.
Okay.
Yeah, the average.
So that's the reason why I was asking this, because maybe they agreed upon a certain window, because you can only be an athlete for so long. You see what I'm saying? So I'm thinking they probably had an agreement. Say, hey, after I'm done with the Olympics, then I can have some kids, because the window is too small. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I think that's probably the reason why they came up with what they came up with. Sometimes no is not for now.
But usually with these athletes, it goes beyond the Olympics. It's also the business part of it, because you try to leverage your Olympic activities, but then go into business and all that kind of stuff too, which may or may not facilitate having a family either. If you're constantly on the road, you're doing speaking engagements, you're endorsing products or whatever. So, and again, that wasn't made specific in the video, but it, like I said, for a lot of these athletes, it goes beyond just the athletic venture. The business side oftentimes can take just as much time as the
let's be honest, like how many Olympic athletes get endorsements like that?
right?
If you're a gold medalist, which she is, then yeah,
Right,
I mean
but-
that's your whole career. Your whole
but-
career. I mean, we hear about.
What-
I mean,
what
Bruce
endorsements
Jenner. We
has
still
she
knew of
got?
Bruce Jenner mostly from his from the
Olympic
stuff he did
stuff.
over 40 years ago.
But Bruce Jenner is one of the all-time most winningest Olympic athletes ever.
No, he only
right?
had
I mean,
one.
like,
No, he won one Olympic medal for the decathlon in '76. That was it. He wasn't like a
I mean, but like
multi-time.
most people don't know this woman, right? Like, what endorsements does she do? No, she's not on anything I've seen.
No, she was huge in 08 and 2012 was her peak. Because yeah, she was big time at that point. She probably made millions off of Nike and all the people.
But I mean, what has she?
Usually
I mean,
they
bro.
get endorsement deals like that, Nike and these apparel companies.
Yeah, but I mean, but the average athlete, even with endorsements, are still done by 25. The average Olympic athlete, your window is extremely short for Olympic athletes, right? You're done by 25 normally, including endorsements.
Well, it depends on the sport too. So I mean, track.
Even take like take Olympics, right? The most coveted summer thing, like Dominique Dawes, right? 25. I mean, after 25, nobody hears from her anymore. Or the other girl, I can't remember her name. Because this the other girl, the black girl, I forgot her name. They're making fun of her hair.
Oh, Gabby Douglas.
Simone Biles.
Yeah, Gabby Douglas.
Oh, Gabby
right?
Douglas. Okay, Gabby Douglas.
They're all under 30. Where are they? You know what I mean? They're all under 30.
Well, Gabby, ain't she married now? Didn't her and
I think she
the
is.
football
Simone
player married?
Biles. Simone Biles.
No, that's Simone, and Simone is still competing.
But is
I'm
Simone
just-
having
I'm
kids though?
I doubt she's having kids.
Simone's still young.
Listen,
Simone's still younger.
Well,
when
she's
she
all about
finishes,
gymnastics.
she'll be able
fans
to have children, but she'll be like in her early 30s.
Yeah, well,
She's an
But
anomaly as
she's
well.
an anomaly, right? She's like the greatest gymnast ever, right?
Right.
So,
But she just won world. She's like one of the oldest to win the all around world. She just won that, and she's like what 24.
Listen, can we
How old
get
is
to
she?
the bottom? Can
How
we
old is she
get
now?
to the bottom and then whatever the new topic really is? The fact is, I mean, everybody's a little right. Trey's a little right. The average woman's not going to accept this shit. But the point is, if you marry somebody, either you or her can have children. It's worthy of a conversation and a good marriage. And whatever the outcome is, that's a personal matter between you and your spouse. And that's it. And whether you stay or go, or whether you give her permission or she gives you permission, we can't predict that. Right? In the West, we have those kind of. I don't think we should be arguing with each other about that. But that's just the facts. For most people who get married, most men who get married, I think they want to have children, right? And if you can't do it, then you got to go to Plan B. And if Plan B doesn't work, there's 8 million stories in a goddamn naked city. That's all I'm saying. So we can't count out anything, and we can't say anything is prevalent. That's all I'm trying to say. I mean, that's just the way the life is. We make too much of shit. Okay, Trey, yes. You know what, Trey? Fuck you. That's what I thought.
Y'all be belaboring the point.
The real problem here is
Let's go.
real problem
If Aaron Ross's career had been longer than 7 years, 8 years, we might not even be having this conversation. If he had a 10, 12, 13-year career, that means that it would have gotten pushed. All the family talk and all that, it would have gotten pushed because he would have still been playing football. So the idea that maybe he got to stop playing football and he could actually focus on family and legacy while she continued to be an athlete probably has something to do with it as well.
You know what I think the real problem is? You both motherfuckers can't agree on anything.
That's why we here.
That's hilarious. That's hilarious. That's why we're here. Was that a pun? That's why we're here.
Bald. Yeah.
Is that why we're here?
We grind heads, so that's why the hair disappears. But we're better.
Wait. You think this is a disagreement? You think we're disagreeing?
No, I'm joking. Actually, I didn't mean it was a disagreement. I was just joking because
I was gonna say you've obviously never been to a black barbershop. This is just a Friday.
I know how they are. I've been to plenty of them. I grew up in a black neighborhood.
That's funny.
I was the only white Greek kid in my school with black and Spanish people. I was fucking no matter what.
Yeah, well, you could have got away with Spanish.
What kind of haircut did you get?
Oh, I used to buzz my head back then. I used to get like a skin fade on the side and a one on top.
No, high and tight.
Yep.
High and tight.
Yeah.
So you look like a cop.
One on top.
More like a military guy, I would say, more than anything.
Same
Like-
difference.
Hey, so what's next, gentlemen? What's next? What's next?
That's it, man.
What's
We
your
finna wrap this thing up.
song next?
We finna do
just
final
after-
thoughts,
this is
man.
the after
We'd have been all across the board today,
All
man, from
across
the
the
beginning to the end, from the rooter to the
It ain't
tutor.
barbershop if we didn't get an argument in. Shit.
You better
That's
say
it.
it. Trey, let's
Nah,
start
y'all
with you,
was
man.
being too nice and cordial and kind and shit. I don't.
Hold on. Let me bring my man back up because y'all know Ekene want to come and stir this shit right back up. Hold on for a minute.
Here we go again. Round 3.
You want to stir it up? you still muted, homie.
You muted.
Leave him on mute. Leave him on mute.
Thank God.
Go ahead,
You guys said something I didn't say. Trey, I did not tell you that you gotta get a woman and bring her into the house while your woman is there. That's not what I said. I said you gotta go find another woman, meaning that you gotta get rid of your woman. You can't just bring a woman into a house without. You can't bring a woman into another while another woman is in the same house. That's disrespectful. To me personally, that's disrespectful. No, you can't do that. But you need to ask her permission first. No, not her permission. I'm sorry. You need to let her know that you need a legacy. Just like I said earlier, you need a legacy. If she disagrees with your legacy journey, she got to go. But if she can't prove,
Can I ask you, Mary? Can I ask you, Mary? This is a serious question because I obviously I am not married, but I think I take this shit too seriously. I do. I don't think this is a joke. I don't believe in going to go stand on an altar before my friends and family and make a covenant with God that I'm going to be with this woman, and then because she can't have my kids and legacy, I leave her. That's not computing in my head. So you guys that are married,
I understand.
Am I off? Am I off here?
Yes, you are.
Well, hang on. Well, to Ekene, he's always making the point. All right, he's a tribal African, right? I mean, his value set might be different than ours, and he even pointed that out. He believes that the death to do us part thing, that's a Western creation. So a lot of it's just based on his values are different from what our values of it may be. So you have to keep that in mind when he makes an opinion. He's speaking from a perspective that we don't necessarily always hear all the time. I mean, you get him and Black David on the show, they got totally different views, even though they're both Nigerian guys. So I appreciate he's speaking from his value set, not
Mr.
necessarily
Bennett, so
mine.
I guess my question is what's the point of getting married if there's a whole bunch of outs? If I can find reasons of getting out of a marriage, why am I getting in it to begin
But again, marriage for someone like Ekene may be differently defined than how we define it here, I guess,
I'll be right back, bro.
in the West.
I got it.
You know what I mean, like with them, it's about legacy, having kids, having, all that stuff. Marriage isn't about even necessarily a person. It's about extending families. So
that's right.
Again, his conception of it, or his people, the people who share his value set is very different.
Mr. Ben, let me also tell Trey one thing. Let me say one thing to Trey. Let me tell Trey how this gets difficult. Trey, check this out. You go out there, you get married, right? To a beautiful girl that you love. 3 years later, she hasn't given any child. 4 years later, she hasn't beared any children. Do you know who is going to show up in your house? Your mother. And she will make that house a living hell for her. That's in my culture. And she will force her out of that house, not even you. And you think you're going to stop her? She will create a hell in your family that all family members will come and question your manhood. They will not question her. They will question you, your manhood, and shame you so bad that you'll be forced to tell your wife that, you know what? Is either you go, is either you're okay with me getting a second wife, or you gotta go. And she will not, because she will not want to be in that hell. That's a hell that your mother will create. Let me tell you something.
Akade, I gotta stop you.
Yeah.
Because you don't know shit about my mother. So let's stop right there. Let's move on. Who's next? You don't know fucking about my mother. And you don't know what my mother would do and say.
I'm talking about I'm speaking from African culture. I'm not speaking from American culture.
You don't know my mother. You don't know the relationship between me and my mother. You don't know shit about it.
Oh, this guy takes every goddamn thing too personal. You can have a conversation, bro.
Because you do this a lot, you think that because the shit is happening the way
it's a point of reference. It's a point of reference.
Go ahead.
One mic. Come on,
My turn. I have my hand up.
Round 5.
Come on, Arpain.
Listen, I had some.
Trey, you killing me, brother.
Hold on.
Arpain talking.
Listen, Trey.
Go ahead, Arpain.
Listen. The point really goes back to what I said before. I believe that if you're in a marriage and your wife can't have any children, from a man's perspective, you can bring it to her and say, listen, because of my family dynamics, I'd like to leave a legacy. She can either say yes or no. But let's get to the bigger point. You can have marriage vows, but even in the good book, there's reasons for divorce, even in the book. Now, I don't know them all, and I'm not that religious, but even in the good book, there's some situations that you can have a divorce even under the aegis of God, if you believe in all that stuff. There is. So I'm not saying whether having a baby or not is one of them. I don't know. I'm not that religious. All I'm just trying to say, let's just keep it secular, non-secular, secular, okay? I can ask my wife, listen, I know my woman, okay? We have 2 kids, but if she couldn't give me no kids, I'm not so sure that my own beautiful, loving wife wouldn't let me bust somebody's cheeks so I can have a legacy. I'm not so sure she would say no. I'm not. I swear to God. But not because she don't love me and I don't love her. Or if I had to do this shit in a test tube and give it to somebody else, I'm not so sure she would say no, because I think I'm not going to ask her to raise the kid. I'm not going to ask her to do that. What I'm just trying to say is I'm not so sure she would say no. Some other men might be sure, but I'm not, because the shit we give each other is different for every relationship. But your question was, why get married if you could just break? I agree with you, but there's some reasons in the Bible where you can get, if you're religious, where you can get a divorce. There's some reasons. I don't know more wizard clerics out there, but there are some reasons. And I'm thinking a legacy might be one of them, but I'm not sure. So I'll defer to you. And I'll leave it there, because I don't disagree with where you're coming from. But none of this shit is going to be normalized. And that's where we're in 100% agreement. All this shit we're talking about is eaches. All the shit you and we're arguing about is eaches. It's not going to be prevalent.
But my thing is this: why are we even arguing with Trey? Trey doesn't even believe in marriage.
What you say? Say that again.
Says the man who would leave his fucking.
I said, why are we even debating with Trey? Trey doesn't even believe in marriage.
You don't fucking believe.
Here's your issue, Here's the issue we have that people
You're
have
the
with you,
worst kind of
the issue is
you motherfucker. I don't understand you, motherfuckers.
And you keep
it doesn't make any
about
sense to me.
African
This is the reason why I won't do this
African
shit.
traditions and American traditions, when we're in these conversations, don't mesh. Because we'll give you your African conditions, but when you're on an American panel with American people, we already understand we don't live under the African code. And so when you add that shit to it, it just makes shit fucking complicated.
These folks don't even want to do what we're supposed to do over here.
You're in America, and I appreciate you, CBN, Trigger Mike, and all the brothers from Africa who have culture left. We're African Americans, and our culture is trash like a motherfucker. So we don't want to hear. We understand that, but when you try to extrapolate that shit to the way we live, the shit just doesn't fit, brother.
Am I
That's all I'm saying.
am I not crazy? Is this not another way of saying that this woman is disposable? She can't have kids. Get rid of her.
Ding ding
Get
ding
rid
ding
of
ding.
What a man's
No,
disposable.
but
What
but
a man's
you are
disposable.
absolutely right. But this is what I hear when I hear my man Ikene speak. They have a whole different lifestyle on how they even lead their life, because what they look at is that they will have a woman that they give their life to. You know, once you up under me, you're up under my tutelage, right? And they stand on it. We don't. We talk that bullshit, but we don't stand on it. What he's saying is, no, there's consequences, and you better have a great relationship with these consequences, because it's gonna fuck your reality up if you don't abide by these lines. This is why when they have, and you hear in their culture, when it is someone that is stepping out of line, they get dealt with. It's not just African. That's why I can't wait to have my man on here. It's in the Middle East, it's the same thing. These women are at a point where they have the feeling of being disposable. It's not like here. Like here, man, look at what's going on with these women right now. They can kill children. They can talk all kind of shit. They can get, and as soon as a woman get their head busted in by another man, he was wrong. He was wrong. Over there, these motherfuckers ain't playing. But what I see in the African, what they would do is, and I've heard this from a couple of guys that said it, I would send them back, even in the Middle East, I would send them back to their family. Like when you hear them speak that shit, man, these motherfuckers, they ain't playing about this. And we talk about family, though. It's family. If that woman is out of line, that man goes back to that family. Send that woman back to that family, and they get in her ass. Then bring her back to that man and say, listen, we dealt with her ass. So can you guys, can you please take my daughter back? It's really like that. It's not like that here. So, but the way that you are, Trey, absolutely. My feelings would be we just ain't been raised up that way, man. That's just what it is. Man, that shit sound crazy than the motherfucker, but it's not when you really think about it, because we have to deal with a bunch of stupid ass consequences as men. The women don't have to deal with shit over here. Their consequences come later. When they get old, when the children stop fucking with them, when they got to deal with that shit later. What the men would do is make them deal with that shit over there immediately. You don't do that, but you also have to be a man of value. You got to have something that you say, if she ain't working, it's because you're telling her she ain't working. It's because you saying it that she ain't working. If she is working, it's because you saying she is working. You are the dictator. That's how they look at it, period. There's no partnership. That's why when you hear Ikene and a woman start speaking out of line, Ikene be like, y'all just gonna talk like this. And I'm like, I get how he looks at it. It's starting to come to fruition for us as men, man. We've been suffering too goddamn long, bro. It's just so happened that by the time we get it, we in our fucking 50s. Then we got some motherfucking 22-year-olds, and we got some goddamn 30-year-olds that's trying to tell us that we're wrong because we got it now. We don't take, the older we get, the less we take from anybody. Anybody. That's how it is. You ain't wrong how you thinking, because this is our culture over here. I'm right along with you. When it comes down to it, man, I done listened to so many motherfucking R&B songs, bro. I'm trying to break myself out of that. What they call it? Per something. I'm trying to break myself out of that shit.
You know what? In fairness,
I'm trying to break myself out of all that goddamn shit, man.
Trey,
I'm like, damn, I did it wrong.
Trey,
go ahead.
In fairness, Trey, I don't disagree with your point of view. It's just a Western point of view, and I get that. What Akane said, when he said, I'll replace her, I'll just go, that's their culture. The reason why I learned that was from the person in this culture who has quite a few wives, and he learned it from Ghana, Africa. He was taking care of his wife in Africa. And because he was taking care of her so well, the wife presented her her sister, saying that I want you to take care of my sister the way that you're taking care of me. He did not embrace it because he thought that he was being tricked. He thought that he was, that they were setting him up. He thought, but then the men in her village said, no, this is how we do it. This is not something that's illegitimate. This is what she's taught to do. You are taking very good care of her, and she wants the same care to be presented to her sister, and she wants you to take care of her sister as well. She wants to invite her sister into your lives, and he didn't. He came back and he wound up finding and adopting that method, and finding some people who were willing to adopt it and embrace it here in America, and they have sometimes a better relationship than I've seen some of my married people have, because they're very honest, they're very selfless often, because he doesn't present another woman without the permission and the approval of his current wife, especially the first one. So she is actually vetting the woman for him. We don't embrace that because we don't understand it, and that's not how we've been raised, myself included. But the point that, yes, it does exist. Yes, it's minimal, but sometimes it's even more practical because of the way that they design it than some of the relationships traditionally that we have learned and we have grown to understand and believe.
I can kind of agree with that, bro, because I'm just thinking about some girls I had dated, and I was cool with they best friend. I'm like, if we were thinking,
I don't think that's what that was.
I can take care of everybody.
What the thing is,
man, you sneaking something different.
Too far. Did I go too far with it?
I mean,
you almost got away with that one. Sir.
You went overboard.
I guess I don't see the point in getting married. You could just live the lifestyle I live now. What's the point of getting married?
Just be best friends and leave it at that.
Well, the whole thing is, a lot of people, married or not, deal with these circumstances whether they want to accept it or believe it or not. A lot of men are cheating, a lot of women are cheating, and there's no trust or no virtue in the marriage whatsoever. They don't really honor the vows anyway. So you could get married, but it still boils down to your virtues. It still boils down to the type of person. And to your point earlier, a lot of people just are too selfish in our country right now and aren't really embracing, worrying about, or considering anybody but themselves, men and women alike.
Now, can I say this though, Sean? And I said this last week. I don't know whose show it was. I was on. I got a fucking show hangover. I was on everybody's panel. But I said this. People think that marriage is about them too. It's not. Marriage is not about you. You are the vessel, right? It's about building a community. So this is why I probably can see why Ikene, his thoughts and everything. And I'd be like, okay, I understand it, because the marriage is not about me being happy, you being happy. It's about our duty, right? It's about when we build, okay, how is it that when we give birth to whatever it is that we're doing, our standards, the way, whatever we stand on together, how do we get a chance for our kids to see that, and then they can build their own family, and then so on and so forth, right? So it's kind of like what we're doing is kind of like work. It's really, it's kind of like we're taking care of the earth, so to say, right? This is why when you talk about stuff like that, this is why people bring the Bible in or whatever, the Quran or whatever it is, whether you're Muslim or Christian or whatever. If you're talking about what marriage is really about, man, it's not about two people and that's just it. It's about a community of people. It's about tradition. It's about all these things that we can have a foundation for. It's just like when somebody tell you, it took you, if you can trace back 14 100 people to bring you to fruition, right? It wasn't really about those people. What if you could understand everybody that before you, 1,400 people before you, what they did for you to come to fruition, how they got together, how they had sex, you know, because it always come up to sex. How did it get all the way up to you to come to fruition? And what was it that you learned? And how far is those traditions that you learned, how far do they go back? Because they change in all these different things. This is when you say, damn, I got to take myself out of the equation because I'm already there. It's kind of like the brain. The brain tells you everything on your body that hurts. Guess what the brain won't tell you? The brain hurts. This is why when you have surgery, your ass got to stay awake because you can't feel all the things in your brain that you can feel in your feet, your hands, and all these different things. Because it's not about the brain. It's about everything else that the brain is connected to. That's how we have to look at each other. It's about what we connect to. I tell people all the time, when we're talking about love, you got too many people talking about this unconditional bullshit as love. The closest that you will ever become unconditional is to do something for someone that don't even exist yet. It's to do something for someone before they even get here. And what is that? Being the better person that you can be. Try to be an upstanding man or woman. You know what I'm saying? Teach, give. All you got to do is give because you're going to keep extracting. So this is the things that we have to look at. So what is marriage? Marriage is, if I can do this by myself, how easy is it for me to do it with multiple people, right? But in order for us to do that, we got to know what our fucking rule or what our role is.
But look at it this way. Look at it this way, right? Look at it this way, right? When I first came to this country, right, I was shocked at the definition of marriage. The reason why I was shocked is this, right? Our parents, when they were brought up to prepare the family for us to come in. So my dad had to prepare the family to bring my mother in. And then when my mother came, they prepared for the family for us to come. Now that we're here, right, and my parents have gone, right, we're preparing the family for the next generation. But one thing that bothers me is this. Over here, they prepare the family for themselves. The woman prepares the family. The woman is about her. The man is about him. So not everybody. Some people, most in big percentage, don't even think about the kids. So they don't arrange for the kids, the grandkids, the great grandkids, generations to come. So this is how we raise. We are raised for generations to come. That is why the marriage is for the kids, not for me, not for my wife. It's for the kids. And then my grandkids, my great grandkids, it has to continue down the line. So if I go and marry a girl that I'm in love with and she's not giving me kids, what the hell do you think she's married for? She's not married to come and sit on my couch and then be watching a Real Housewife of Atlanta every day. Hell to the no. That's not what I married her for. I didn't marry her to be making her nails, polishing her nails. No. She got married to give me kids. So I can have kids and grandkids and great grandkids because my mom will be mad at me if I don't continue the bloodline.
That's right.
So you
So I
don't
don't
believe
know
in
why
love?
people are thinking, what the fuck am I doing with love?
What you mean love? I just told you, Grooming. Love, when we talking about this love thing, we ain't talking about that. I got the word hypergamous shit. We're talking about something that actually is interchangeable. When you love someone, you can do something for them because you're doing it for the greater of good. I didn't have my children for my children. I have my children for my grandchildren.
Right.
My grandchildren will have their children for their grandchildren.
But
we don't look at it in that sense. This is why we in so much turmoil, because we keep doing it for ourselves. I'm not happy. I don't have this and I need that. We keep searching for shit that we already have.
Absolutely.
We already got it.
Absolutely. And quite frankly, I think that we need to sometimes broaden our perspectives because we're pigeonholed into what we have been conditioned and learned. And broadening, although like I said, I don't want more than one wives because guess what? If you're doing it properly, it's more responsibility. And I don't really want all that responsibility personally. I see my man who got 5 wives, and I live vicariously through him. But when it's all of the fun and it's great. But then when it comes to the responsibility and all the different emotions and attitudes that he has to deal with from that standpoint, I'm like, oh hell nah, I'm good with that.
Right.
Nah, I'm all right because he can financially take care of it. But emotionally, that's a draining responsibility. That's why I'm not interested in it personally.
I don't think most men would be interested in that because it's duty, right? If you got the option where it's not when you're talking about women, it's way more easier to have women than it is to have 4 women in your goddamn house. I don't give a fuck what nobody say. It's a lot easier when it comes down to that because you got to deal with what Sean was just saying. All these goddamn personalities. One motherfucker is out here mad today. The next day, somebody else could be mad. Then the next day, I got to keep talking all damn day. Fuck that. I'm going to be doing that and going to work. It's some bullshit.
Yeah. And the reason why
I'm damn sure ain't about to be managing in my house and then come home and I'm managing out my house with a bunch of goddamn women, all these goddamn feelings. I'm straight. I stay monogamous. It ain't hanging me.
Sean, let me go
And the funny thing is, the reason why a lot of people don't participate or don't agree with it, because here in America, we don't really honor marriage for what marriage, as you was just describing, is supposed to be sanctioned for. And so it does become a bunch of bullshit. It does become a bunch of orgies. It does become a lot of selfish gratifications on both parts, both genders, because we ain't really looking at marriage and what marriage is supposed to be designed for. I didn't believe in the institution of marriage for years, simply because I never really saw no successful marriages.
Right.
Well, I was gonna say was one of my boys are his background is a Muslim, and he goes to me, listen, I can have 6 wives, and I'm scared to have it. He doesn't even want to deal with that bullshit. So his religion allows it, so he doesn't even want to do it. So,
globally, only 2% of the world population even practice something like this. It's less than 0.5%. Okay, well, technically in America, you can only just live with each other. You can't get married that's sanctioned by the state or government or whatever. So you're just living with each other. But even with that, think about the provisions that these guys have to be able to support that lifestyle. You ain't just thinking you're going to work 9 to 5 at the post office and come home and support a family of 6 women. These guys that do this, they have bread. They can't even count it. They have the money.
I think I gotta correct you guys on polygamy around the world, because I think most of you misunderstand it completely though. Polygamy is not practiced like that. The man doesn't go and work and support 6 women. Oh, polygamy is much more organized. It's not how the military is organized. Polygamy is organized to the teeth when you go to countries that practice it. So what happened is this: every woman in that family work. Not the man only. In fact, the man doesn't work as much. But what happened is that rich men in modern polygamy countries are the ones that usually marry, because they marry the most beautiful women, and then they already have these these are industries and stuff, so they support those women. But those women, some of them also have businesses. They're not sitting idle. But before this modern day, the way polygamy works is that every single woman in those houses all go to farm and farm. They don't sit around in the house. Hell no, they don't. They go to the farm and farm. Then the oldest woman among them is the one that stays at home and cook for the off for the rest of the family with the younger girls, with the teenagers, the teenage girls. They will cook while the rest of the wives and the boys and the other girls will go to the farm and farm. That's how polygamy was in the olden days. But today is different because of what? Because of technology. So technology has changed it.
Brother Ikene, do you practice it in your home?
I don't. Okay, this is how polygamy is practiced, and also I'm gonna explain it to you guys. If I want to practice polygamy, I can't practice polygamy by African custom. I have a wife that I've only been married for like 4 years, right? She's still a young woman. That is not how we practice. You can't go and marry a woman and bring another woman while your wife is still young and able. Usually when we practice polygamy is when the first wife has gotten older. She's into that menopause period. You see what I'm saying? In her early 50s. That's when the second wife comes in. So we don't just go practice polygamy because we're horny. No. That's what I'm trying to always tell people, that, like, I hear guys always say, polygamy, man, so I can fuck all these women. No, you can't. That's not how it's practiced. Polygamy is practiced when the first wife either can give you a child or can procreate more children than you need, or in the olden days when children used to die very young, right? They will get more women in order to have more kids. But other than that, in today's Africa, the way they marry second wives or third wife is if the current wife is older, in her 50s, or can't perform, or she doesn't want to be doing all this sex. But
so, brother, just based off your logic and what you said in the past, that a man should take a wife that he's at least 7 to 8 years older than. So you're saying that at some point you could possibly be in your 60s and take on a younger woman.
In Africa, okay, look at it this way. In Africa, right, most men will marry. There is a reason why most men marry younger women. So men start marrying at the age of 29, 30. So if you're 29 or 30, your wife is about 18, 19, right? So by the time you turn 55, 60, your wife in her 50 probably don't want to have sex no more. She can't procreate. And you want more kids, or you just want a woman that you can sleep with because your wife is not performing, but that woman will still have a child. Then you marry a second wife at the age of, by your 50, 55, by 55, right? Or 60. Then some African men, God bless them with strength. Some of them even marry in their 80s. I'm telling you. Some of them marry in their 80s because they have that kind of huge stamina. So most of African men will go through 2, 3, 4 wives in their lifetime. But now with men with money, so these men with money today they have a multitude different principle of polygamy, unlike our grandfathers. Today they can marry 3, 4 wives within the space of 10 years, 10, 15 years, 20 years. But that is not how the culture designed it.
Right. So you're saying that it kind of morphed into is morphing or evolving into something different than what it was originally.
Yes, exactly.
Basically, what you're saying is you had to weigh out your first wife first before you can get your.
Yes. So the two principles are which the two principles are which.
No, I was saying, see that part. A lot of it makes sense. It makes sense, especially because I've seen like doctrine and stuff like that where on some of these compounds in the Western where the man was having he probably had about 4 wives and he was getting ready to have another wife, and this man was 80-something years old, and his next wife she was like 29 years old, and he was a friend of her father. So the father and him talked about this woman, and they had it's like a deal. It's kind of like, but I understand the purpose of it. The thing is that if it don't have purpose, then it really, to me, it'd be like it's dumb, right? But I understand what it is. Even though I may not go, you know, I'm not going to go along with it. I can understand what the purpose is of it. And the purpose from what Ikene is saying is that a lot of this has to do with children. Again, it goes to what I was saying earlier. When you talk about marriage, it's not about you per se, right? I mean, we already got all the things that we need.
Put it this way, right? No.
Oh, go ahead, man.
Put it this way. No, put it this way. No African man will give you his daughter without the assurance of reprocreation, because he wants his daughter. Women are natural in by nature, right? They're natural by nature. So she wants children. You got, what you said is 100% correct. There are friends, a 60-year-old man, 55-year-old man, with his best friend, one of his closest friends, maybe a business partner or best friend, and his best friend maybe have one or two wives, but they are older. And that rich man has a daughter, but what happened is that the daughter already has a child. This is how African custom is. The daughter has a child already, maybe from first marriage, or she has a daughter out of wedlock. By African virtue and custom, she can't marry a man that doesn't have children. She can't do. She's disqualified from marrying a man that doesn't have children or doesn't have a child. So now our father can.
You said she's disqualified from having a man that doesn't have children?
That's right.
Yes, exactly, 100% correct.
You already know why. Don't know, man.
Yeah, because what happened is that in Africa she's classified as a damaged goods.
Kind of like scratching dent.
Yep, she's a damaged goods. So what happened is that
in America.
Well, they should. So what happened is that she would only qualify to marry a man with a child or children, or she's only qualified to marry older men. Men that are 20, 30 years older than her. And most of those men have kids. So that's why her dad would then give her out to his friend and say, hey, marry my daughter. And then they will do all that celebration, and she will come there too to have kids. She has to reprocreate for that man, because without a child, there is no really bond between the two of them. So what bond husband and wife is a child. Without a child, you guys are just friends. You're not married.
Wow. You know what's interesting about that? As primitive as sometimes it may sound, logistically and practically, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Because our ancestors are smarter than us. That's why. Our ancestors are smarter than us.
Back in the day, like I'm talking about going way, way back, like before my grandparents, Greeks used to what they call arranged marriage. That usually, you know, it was like pretty much selling off your daughter to the next man. And once you take ownership, that's your problem, not anybody else's. That was the thing that we're doing at one time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's crazy, man.
Yeah. The thing is that the way they put it is that our ancestors, look at it this way. If you go back to African philosophy, which is the oldest philosophy on earth, right? Go and check African philosophy from 50, 60,000 years ago and trace it up until 200 years ago, 150 years ago, right? You will find out that our ancestors were far smarter than us. They understand nature, psychology, and philosophy. We are specialists. They were not specialists. They had broad knowledge of life. Geography, they understood all those things. They understand stars. That's why they created calendars. They created days and weeks and months and years, right? They created these things because they understand it. They studied it. But we're going to walk and come home and want to argue. That's what we do.
Yeah.
Wow. That kind
put
of
them
lends
outside
to
and let them count the stars. You know what I'm saying?
that kind of lends to this theory that I have. We sometimes get too intellectual and we complicate things. And the theory that I'm referring to is when I was raising my grandchild, I used to say, listen to the 5-year-old. Well, she got the most sense in the house because the only sense she got is the common sense. We get so caught up on, statistics and blah, 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 that we start losing our practicality. We start losing things that are just common sense because we learn so much that is opposed to common sense. And we sometimes got to scale it down and just get really or almost dumb things down to get back to a point of what can actually make sense and what will actually be broadened in our perspective that we clouded with so much information.
Yeah. I definitely agree with that, fellas. Hey, anybody else got any final thoughts, man, before we close up out of here, bro?
My final thoughts is that for the guys who are not married, good luck out here in this dating world, man.
Thanks.
Godspeed.
But until you find that muse, that one for you, man, continue to grind, continue to live righteous, man, and you'll be blessed at some point when you're ready. A lot of times we're just not ready. Yeah, but the guys that are married, man, go home. I go in there and kiss your wife and tell her thank you for getting you off the street, man, because it's rough out here. And we see that. So, and I'll say this for the younger guys. It's my last thing for the younger guys, man. Look, you ain't gonna forever be young, man. When you start getting gray, you start pulling muscles, getting out of bed, you start having aches and pains you never had them before. I never wore glasses until I turned 45. Now I can't even get up. If I get out of bed, I'm walking around like Stevie Wonder, like, man, where they at?
Brother,
So,
I'm only 37. I have more gray hairs than I can count.
Yeah, but that's because you out here in them streets. You know what I'm saying? And it's a different speed than it was 20 years ago. The speed is a lot faster. Everybody's wanting it so fast that they have no time to gain anything. So if you out here, man, just be careful. No children out of wedlock. And just, I don't know, man. It's a hard one because I believe most men want love in the end. I mean, I ain't gonna say love, but they want to be with a woman that they know supports them 100%. But it's going to take work, man. It's going to take work. Don't think you're going to find it the first 5 women you date. No, it might take you 20. But you got to have the hard conversations like we have here. You got to talk about money, sex, religion, children, all of that.
And peacocks.
And if it doesn't align with what you want, man, do not spend time on that. Move around. Go fishing somewhere else. And everybody ain't gonna like you if you got a big head, a big nose. Everybody don't like bald head. Everybody don't like light skin. That's their fault. You just be the best
They
person.
just don't want to
you
admit
can
it,
be.
man. They love light skin, man.
Right. They don't want to admit it, but still, you know what I'm saying? Just be the best person you can be, man, so you can get the blessings you want when you prepared and ready for them. And somebody does like a long-haired caveman with the beard and everything. They like it. The Greek man. So, man, I appreciate y'all, man. It's a weekend. It's a Friday. Everybody get some rest and have a happy Thanksgiving. It's a holiday. You know what I'm saying? Enjoy, man. Enjoy family, friends, wife, everybody, man. Everybody get it. I appreciate y'all.
Thank you,
Appreciate
brother.
it, Try. Thank you.
All right, man. Anybody else before we close out, man?
Yeah, let me close up. Oh, go ahead. Let me go last. I will go last. I want to go last. Go ahead.
We might yell, we might scream, but it's something fun. That's why we would come to the barbershop. I'm the only one who actually needs a barber right now with all the hair I had going on here. Except that, have a safe sense to give everybody. Eat a lot, drink a lot, don't do things stupid, JT. Because I have a feeling you're going to do something stupid. Except that, guys, I will see you guys next week.
All right, Roman, take it light.
All right, guys.
All right.
Come on, Sean.
Blessings to you all. Enjoyed the conversation. I get on here just so that I can broaden my perspective and hopefully broaden others' perspectives. And that's pretty much what it boils down to. And I think that happened a little bit today, and it happens usually every time I get on. So I salute you all. I appreciate you all and what you're offering. And let's do it again in the future. Have a happy Thanksgiving, and enjoying. Ikane, I'm coming to Africa. I'm coming to join.
No problem. No problem. No problem.
Appreciate you, brother.
Thank you, Sean.
Please.
All right, man.
Ikane,
Thank you,
take us
brother.
home, man. Take us home, brother.
Yeah, this is what I got to say. Just to close up from what Mr. That was Ben, right? Ben that was talking, right?
Right.
Okay. Let me close out by what he said. So one thing that I got to say to men, don't be ever scared to vet a woman. Don't be ever scared to be rejected. Don't be scared at all. Because guess what? You are the prize because it is your legacy that is at stake. Don't you ever think that she will say no. And one thing that bothers me a lot is that a lot of men always think about the vagina and not the heart. They think about the vagina and not the heart of a woman. A woman that cares about you will care about your legacy. You see what I'm saying? She will care about your legacy and she would like that legacy to continue because she understands that marriage is not about her. It's about the children, the product of marriage. The product of marriage is children. The produce of marriage is you and your woman are the produce. And the product are the kids and the grandkids and the great-grandkids. And it continues, generations to come. We have to take marriage serious. If we don't take it serious, we are doomed for life. Don't you ever think that you should go into anything to please any woman. Don't ever do that. Women are not to be pleased in marriage, and men are not to be pleased in marriage either. Because women will say, what about him? Yes, what about him? He's not supposed to be pleased either. But there has to be products, and those products is all about those products. So please, guys, be strong, hold firm, and know that marriage is greater than you. It's about your last name. Happy Thanksgiving to you all.
Amen.
Thank you,
Thanksgiving, brother. Absolutely.
Hey, I hope you guys didn't catch me snoring. I don't know if I
No,
blew
we
a
took care
big
of you,
one out
man.
there.
We
I was
cooled you
out
down,
cold,
man.
man.
Man,
But
we got your
anyway,
back, man.
yeah, yo, you can't fall asleep with BMU around and shit, man. So I don't want you guys to throw me out
Yeah,
there.
he was gonna call Jesus on you.
Man, you gave us the sound clip of the night, man.
I was out, man. I'm gonna go to bed. So that's why it's gonna be short, man. Thanks for letting me come back up. Anyway, hey, listen, good panel, good discussions. That's all I have. So we'll be talking. I love this barbershop.
Absolutely. Got you, brother. Most definitely, man. Happy holidays, brother.
Hope you feel better,
happy
bro.
Thanksgiving.
All
I'm a
right,
smoker. I'm a smoker. Prime rib. I got like this 10-pound prime rib coming. I'm gonna smoke that son of a gun.
Ooh, you about to go ahead and do it
garlic,
again.
turkey.
All right.
That's what's up. Appreciate it, our pain.
Yeah, man. Good night, fellas. Good night.
Good night, sir.
All right, brother. Absolutely. All right, man.
JT, it's been a hell of a night, bro. It's been a hell of a night, man. From start to finish and everything in between. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
I think we learned some stuff and taught some stuff today. And I think that's what the barbershop was all about, man. You have to remember, man, we always, better together than we apart. So I appreciate everybody for coming out. It's been a fantastic thing. JT, you want to leave? You want to say something before we get up out of here, man?
Hey, man, I just want to wish everybody a happy weekend. Enjoy. Tomorrow is Saturday, man. Whatever it is that you do on Saturdays, if you chill out on Saturdays because you worked all week, if you're going to go out, go to the mall, if you're going shopping, whatever you're getting ready for this holiday, hey, man, just enjoy everything that you do. If you got to work, enjoy it, man. Enjoy it. You ain't going to be able to enjoy it all your life. It's going to end
right
at some point. So we got to definitely enjoy these moments that we have in life, man. So that's all I got right there, dog. Do you got it up or do you need me to bring it up?
No, I already got it, man. We appreciate y'all for coming out. Good night.